Bobbie Dangerous, A Life in Frequencies. The amp feedback screamed through the smoky air of the Dallas underground as I stood atop my Marshall stack, guitar slung low, the familiar weight of bandages beneath my eye and on my chin. Battle scars, some might say. Reminders, I tell you. Right then, "You lot ready for something proper mental?" I shouted, my London accent still strong despite years in Texas. The crowd roared as I launched into my signature death drop, a backward fall from 15 feet up that would make insurance agents faint. Just another Tuesday in the life of Bobbie Dangerous. Wasn't always dangerous though. Back in London, I was Robert Blackwood, 6 years old and clutching Mum's hand as we boarded a plane to Texas. Dad's oil business, always Dad's oil business. But Dallas had a way of transforming people, and bloody hell did it transform me. Found Dad's dusty guitar in the attic at 13. By 14, I was sneaking into blues clubs on Deep Ellum, soaking up raw energy like a sponge. The old bluesmen, especially old Joe Blue, they took to this peculiar British kid who spoke with a twang, teaching me licks between sets, wisdom between songs. Rules? I'd often say in interviews, rules are just challenges wrapped in red tape in it. That philosophy earned me both devoted followers and proper haters. My latest stunt, riding a motorcycle across the stage while playing a guitar solo, had nearly gone tits up when I crashed through the drum kit. But that only added to the legend. The penthouse overlooking downtown Dallas became my kingdom of excess. Gold records on walls, empty bottles of premium spirits everywhere, and a constant stream of hangers-on looking for a piece of the chaos. But in quiet moments when the parties died down and the groupies went home, I'd sit on my balcony with my acoustic guitar, bandaging fresh injuries and composing melodies that spoke of deeper pain. Papers called me the wild child of West End, Dallas's British invasion of one, and rock's latest liability. The record label both feared and revered me. Each album pushed boundaries and sales records, while each tour left a trail of destroyed hotel rooms and broken hearts across the American South. "You lot don't understand," I drawled to Rolling Stone, adjusting my bandage while reclining in a leather chair. "I'm not causing chaos, I'm conducting it. There's a difference in it." But beneath the bravado and carefully cultivated image of danger, I was fighting my own demons. The cocaine binges were getting longer, the motorcycle stunts more reckless, the falls from stage props more dangerous. My closest mates whispered that I was pushing too hard, testing too many limits. Everything changed the night old Joe Blue died. Found him in his favorite chair at the Blue Room, guitar still in his lap, looking peaceful as if he'd just nodded off between songs. His last words to me that afternoon still echo. "Some frequencies, boy, they're older than time itself. You just gotta learn to listen right." The loss hit me harder than any stage dive. Within months, we lost Mad Mickey too, found in his flat after 15 years clean. Then news about Switchblade Steve's daughter following her dad's dark path. It was too much, too fast. The frequencies I'd been chasing all these years started feeling like static. I disappeared into Deep Ellum for 3 days, bottle in hand, trying to drown out old Joe's voice in my head. The band found me in a trashed hotel room, fingers bleeding from playing until the strings cut through skin. But they didn't judge. They had something else in mind. "Listen, mate," Bonnie said, her voice cutting through my hangover. "We've been working on something. Something that might help us all remember what old Joe was trying to teach us." She was right. The world needed something more than just another rock star's redemption story. It needed what old Joe had always talked about. Those ancient frequencies, the ones that shaped mountains and carved rivers, the ones that spoke of something deeper than power chords and pyrotechnics. That's when we started building the chamber. But that's another story entirely, innit? The London rain. Sometimes I still hear it, you know? The rain in London falling against those Victorian windows in Kensington. Last proper day in England that was. Standing there, forehead pressed against cold glass, watching the movers load up our lives into their truck. The family piano, the one where Mum taught me my first melodies, disappearing into the dark like a magic trick gone wrong. Mum knelt beside me, her hand gentle on my shoulder. Unlike Dad, who saw Texas as just another business venture, she understood what I was really losing. Wasn't just a home or a country, it was the soundtrack to my young life. Will they have music in Texas, Mum? I asked, voice small against the sound of rain. She pulled me close, that familiar lavender perfume wrapping around me like a warm blanket. Oh, darling, there's music everywhere. You just have to learn how to listen for it. Then Dad's voice cut through our moment, sharp as always. Car's here, time to go. Standing there in his perfect suit, checking his watch, always checking that bloody watch, measuring life in profits and losses. The future's in Texas, son. Oil's the new gold, and we're going to strike it rich. During the drive to Heathrow, I kept my face against the window, quietly making up songs in my head. The windscreen wipers became my rhythm section, the engine's purr my bass line, the rain my percussion. Caught Mum watching me in the rearview mirror, that knowing look in her eyes. She always understood what I was doing, finding music in the quiet moments between Dad's big plans. The Texas heat hit us like a wall when we stepped off that plane in Dallas. Everything was bigger, brighter, louder. Next 7 years passed in a blur of private schools, oil company dinners, and mounting expectations. My proper London accent softened, picking up hints of Texas drawl that made Dad wince and Mum smile. But something else was happening too. Something that would change everything. Found Dad's old guitar in our new mansion's attic when I was 13. Just lying there in the corner, covered in dust, but still in tune. The moment my fingers touched those strings, bloody hell, it was like being struck by lightning. A hunger I couldn't explain, a fire I couldn't put out. Late at night, while Dad worked late at the office and Mum attended charity functions, I'd slip out to Deep Ellum, Dallas's legendary blues district. The music called to me like a siren song, raw and real in ways my classical piano lessons never were. That's where I met Old Joe Blue. Old Joe had played with everyone from Muddy Waters to Stevie Ray Vaughan, but these days he held court in a small club off Commerce Street. Something about this proper British kid with Texas dirt on his shoes caught his eye. You got something special, kid, he'd say, showing me licks between sets. You play like you're running from something and chasing it at the same time. He didn't give a toss about my proper British upbringing or Dad's oil money. He cared about the music, about the way my fingers found notes that spoke of both pain and joy. One night, after a particularly intense jam session, Old Joe pulled me aside. His voice was rough as Texas gravel, but carried the weight of wisdom. Your daddy's money can buy a lot of things, but it can't buy what you got in your hands when you play. That's yours. Don't let anyone take it from you. For 3 years, I lived a double life. By day, I was the oil baron's son, attending private school in pressed uniforms. By night, I haunted Deep Ellum's clubs, my guitar case becoming as much a part of me as my gradually disappearing British accent. The collision of these two worlds was inevitable, and it came during a charity gala at our mansion. Dallas's elite had gathered in the grand ballroom, discussing oil prices and property values over champagne. Dad had insisted I play piano for the guests, a way of showing off both his son and his wealth in one carefully orchestrated moment. "Something classical, son," he said quietly but firmly. "Show them what that expensive education bought." The beautiful disaster begins. I sat at that gleaming grand piano, staring at my fractured reflection in its polished surface. The guests waited with practiced patience, wine glasses poised, expecting another well-trained performance from James Blackwood's properly educated son. Caught Mum's eye in the corner. She gave me the smallest of nods. She knew what was coming. My fingers hit those keys, but instead of Chopin or Mozart, out came the raw soul of Deep Ellum. Everything old Joe had taught me, every late night lesson, every blues scale and bent note, it all poured out like a flood. The guests froze, caught between shock and fascination, as their refined soiree transformed into something straight out of a juke joint. "Robert!" Dad's voice cracked through the music like a whip. "That's enough!" But it wasn't enough. Not bloody nearly. My fingers flew faster, the blues evolving into something harder, darker, more defiant. That piano, that symbol of proper musical education, became my weapon of cultural revolution. Mum watched from the corner, one hand covering her smile, while Dad's face turned an interesting shade of purple. Some of the younger guests were tapping their feet. A few of the oil executives nodded along, though they stopped quick smart when Dad glared in their direction. I ended standing on the piano bench, the final notes ringing through the shocked silence of the ballroom. Then, from the back of the room, someone started clapping. Then another. Soon half the room was applauding, while the other half looked to Dad to see how they should react. The battle lines of my life had been drawn in music. That night, Dad and I had our first proper rule. The careful facade of family harmony shattered like a crystal wine glass dropped on marble floors. "You embarrassed me in front of everyone," he shouted, his perfect posture rigid with anger. "No, Dad, I embarrassed you by being myself," I shot back. "There's a difference in it. Music is a hobby, son, a distraction. It's not a future. Maybe your future isn't my future." Next morning, I withdrew my entire savings, money from birthdays and oil company stock my grandmother had left me. Took a taxi to Deep Ellum, where old Joe pointed me toward a guitar shop run by a veteran blues musician named Marcus. The 1959 Gibson Les Paul hanging on the wall called to me like a siren. Marcus took it down carefully, almost reverently. "This guitar's got stories in it," he said. "Played on stages from Chicago to Memphis. Question is, what story are you gonna tell with it?" When Marcus asked my name for the warranty card, I hesitated. Wasn't that proper British schoolboy anymore, but wasn't quite sure who I was instead. "Bobbie," I said finally, the British diminutive feeling right on my tongue. My eyes fell on a warning label on a nearby amplifier. "Danger, high voltage." "Bobbie Dangerous." Marcus laughed, his pen pausing above the form. "That's not your real name." "It is now." The transformation didn't happen overnight. Spent months in my room practicing until my fingers bled, learning to make that Gibson howl and whisper. Played every open mic night in Deep Ellum, every backroom jam session, every chance to prove that Bobbie Dangerous wasn't just a name, it was a promise. The beautiful disasters take shape. First proper gig came as an opener at the Texas State Fair. During my set, some pissed up wanker threw a bottle that caught me right in the face. Instead of stopping, I tore a piece of my white shirt, made it into a bandage, and kept playing while blood seeped through the fabric. The crowd went absolutely mental, and just like that, a signature look was born. Word spread through the Dallas music scene about the British oil heir turned blues rock rebel. The shows got bigger, the crowds more intense. I developed a reputation for pushing boundaries, for finding the edge, and dancing over it with a cheeky grin. That's when the beautiful disasters started coming together. First came Mad Mickey, proper nutter, that one. Met him at a warehouse party where he was setting his drumsticks on fire mid-performance. Not as a planned stunt, mind you. His cigarette would accidentally ignite them during particularly intense solos. Instead of stopping, he'd just play faster, leaving trails of fire in the air above his kit. "Oi, mate," I said after his set. "Ever thought about playing in a real band?" Mickey looked at his still smoking sticks, then at me with this mad glint in his eye. "Depends. This real band of yours, they let me keep the fire?" "Mate," I grinned, "fire's just the beginning." Bass Betty arrived next, fresh from getting kicked out of Juilliard for staging a punk rock protest concert in the main hall. Her classical training gave our chaos a foundation, while her rebellious spirit matched my need to break every rule in sight. She started playing Hanging Upside Down from the rafters, turning our shows into a proper circus of sonic defiance. "You lot are completely mental," she said during her first rehearsal, watching Mickey's drumsticks catch fire for the third time. "When do we start?" The final piece came in the form of Switchblade Steve, a rhythm guitarist whose past was as sharp and dangerous as the knife he always carried. No one knew exactly where he came from, but his guitar work had a cutting precision that completed our sound. He added knife juggling to his performances, catching blades between chord changes, each near miss adding to our growing mythology. Together in that abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Deep Ellum, we began crafting something that defied categorization. My blues rock foundation merged with Mickey's explosive energy, Betty's classical complexity, and Steve's knife-edge precision. The space became our laboratory for beautiful chaos. Old Joe would stop by sometimes, watching us rehearse with this knowing smile. "Y'all ain't just making music," he'd say, dodging Mickey's flaming drumsticks. "Y'all are conducting chaos into art." Our first demo tape, recorded live during a sweaty club show, made its way to Anton Rodriguez at Wildfire Records. Anton had a reputation for signing bands that scared other labels, and bloody hell did we frighten everyone. He showed up at one of our warehouse rehearsals, watching with raised eyebrows as Mickey's flaming drumsticks set fire to a ceiling beam. "You kids are gonna either revolutionize rock and roll or die trying," Anton said, pulling out a contract. "Either way, I want to be there when it happens." When disaster gets beautiful. Our debut album, Beautiful Chaos, was recorded in 3 mental days of continuous sessions. Kept running through engineers, they'd quit one after another, proper terrified of Mickey's pyrotechnics and Steve's knife throwing. But that raw energy, that barely controlled mayhem, it all made it onto the tape. The title track, with its mixture of howling blues guitar and punk rock attitude, captured the zeitgeist of a generation tired of playing it safe. Album went platinum in 2 weeks flat. Music critics couldn't suss out what they were hearing. Wasn't quite rock, wasn't purely blues, wasn't exactly punk. One reviewer finally nailed it. The beautiful disasters aren't playing music. They're conducting chaos. Mum would come to shows when she could, standing in the back, watching her son conduct this symphony of chaos. She saw what others missed, the toll it was taking, the way the beautiful disaster was becoming more disaster than beautiful. Dad never came to the shows, but I found out later he kept every article, every review, every mention of Bobbie Dangerous in his desk drawer. Suppose part of him was proud, even if he'd never admit it. The touring started small but exploded faster than one of Mickey's drum solos. Every show pushed further than the last. Betty developed this harness system that let her play entire songs while spinning above the crowd. Steve's knife juggling expanded to include flaming blades. Mickey's drum solos became pyromaniac symphonies. And me? I was leading them all into increasingly dangerous territory. Hotels started banning us by name. Cars mysteriously ended up in swimming pools. Stage equipment regularly caught fire. The music industry hadn't seen anything like it since the early days of The Who, and even Keith Moon might have told us to dial it back a bit. Our second album, Texas Tea and London Fog, showcased my unique cultural blend. Songs like Deep Ellum Nights and London's Calling but Texas Has My Number demonstrated my ability to bridge two worlds. The album's centerpiece, Bandage Blues, told the story of a man wearing his scars like medals, a metaphor that wasn't lost on our growing fan base. The drugs crept in slowly, almost inevitably. A bit of Charlie to keep the energy up during 3-hour shows. Some pills to come down afterward. Whiskey by the case. Nothing serious, we told ourselves. Just fuel for the beautiful disaster we were creating. Old Joe would visit backstage sometimes, his eyes carrying a wisdom we were too wired to understand. Boy, he'd say to me, you're playing with fire in more ways than one. Just remember, the most dangerous flames are the ones you can't see. By our third album, No Safety Net, the cracks were starting to show. During the infamous Gasoline and Guitars tour, my stunts became increasingly death-defying. I'd swing from stadium rafters, set my guitar on fire while playing, and once even attempted to skydive onto the stage, a stunt that was thankfully stopped by our management. Then came Madison Square Garden, the sold-out show that would either cement our legend or end it. Nobody saw Mickey snorting lines off his drums before the set. Nobody noticed the extra accelerant he'd added to his sticks. The show began like any other beautiful disasters performance, with chaos carefully conducted into art. When the beautiful disaster burned, Madison Square Garden was already over capacity that night, the air electric with anticipation. The beautiful disasters had become more than a band. We were a promise of controlled chaos, of danger wrapped in power chords and poetry. Nobody in that crowd knew they were about to witness the end. Backstage, the signs were there if you knew where to look. Found Mickey in the bathroom, hands shaking as he prepared his drumsticks, adding more accelerant than usual. Need it bigger tonight, he muttered, pupils like black holes. Gotta make it legendary. Betty found me in my dressing room staring at my reflection as I applied fresh bandages. Something feels wrong, she said quietly. But we'd all been running on wrong for so long, it had started to feel right. Steve was in the corner, flipping his knife with mechanical precision, but his eyes were distant. The demon he'd been fighting, the one we all pretended not to see, was winning tonight. The show began like any other. My guitar screamed through the opening of Beautiful Chaos. Betty swung out over the crowd. Steve's knives caught the spotlight, and Mickey's drums drove us all forward. First 3 songs were perfect. Too perfect, like a hurricane gathering strength. During Mickey's first drum solo, it happened. His flaming sticks ignited something more than the usual controlled burn. Fire crawled up the curtains behind him, but the crowd cheered, thinking it was part of the show. The beautiful disasters had always played with fire, literally and figuratively. Why would tonight be different? I saw it first, the way the flames moved wrong, the fear in the stage manager's eyes. But Mickey was lost in his chemical haze, playing faster, harder, as if he could outrun the inferno he'd created. The fire spread to the lighting rig, sending sparks raining down on the crowd. That's when the screaming changed from excitement to fear. Betty, still suspended above the stage, was the first to act. She swung herself to safety just as her rigging began to melt. Steve stood frozen, his knife half raised, watching the flames like they were speaking to him in a language only he understood. I tried to take control, tried to conduct this chaos like I had so many times before. My voice cut through the growing panic. Everyone moved to the exits, slowly. This is not part of the show. The evacuation was chaotic but complete. No lives were lost, but the same couldn't be said for the beautiful disasters. As we watched our stage burn from the street, something burned with it. Our innocence, our illusion of invincibility, our belief that chaos could be forever beautiful. Betty was the first to walk away. Without a word, she unstrapped her bass, placed it carefully in its case, and disappeared into the New York night. We wouldn't see her again for years. Mickey sat on the curb, his face streaked with soot and tears, staring at his burnt drumsticks. I just wanted it to be bigger, he kept saying. Needed it to be legendary. Steve vanished during the confusion, leaving only his knife stuck in a stage door, like a final signature on our disaster's masterpiece. I stood in the rain that had begun to fall, watching fire trucks battle the blaze. The bandage under my eye was soaked through, and for the first time in years, I couldn't tell if it was covering a real wound or just a memory of one. Into the dark. The press had a proper field day with Madison Square Garden. Beautiful disasters live up to their name, screamed one headline. When rock and roll goes too far, declared another. The think pieces followed, analyzing how a band could fall so far, so fast. Bloody vultures, the lot of them. The record label dropped us the next day. Insurance companies blacklisted us. Venues across the country put us on a never book list. The beautiful disasters had finally created a disaster too big to be beautiful. I disappeared into a haze of whiskey and regret. The drugs that had been a recreational diversion became a full-time occupation. Would surface occasionally in small deep Elm clubs, playing blues so raw it made people uncomfortable. The bandages weren't for show anymore. They covered real wounds, both physical and spiritual. Old Joe tried to reach me during those dark days. He'd find me in various states of chemical oblivion, playing to empty rooms or passing out in alleyways behind clubs where I used to headline. Boy, he'd say, his voice carrying that same wisdom that had first drawn me to him in Deep Ellum. You're not listening anymore. You're just making noise. But I couldn't hear him. Not really. Was too busy trying to drown out the sound of Madison Square Garden burning, of Betty's footsteps walking away, of Mickey's sobs on that rain-soaked curb. Then came the night that changed everything. Found myself in the old warehouse where the beautiful disasters used to rehearse. Place was proper derelict now, windows broken, walls covered in graffiti. Had my old Gibson, bottle of whiskey, and a bag of whatever would make the pain stop. Old Joe found me there, somehow knowing where to look. He sat on a broken amp watching me try to play through fingers too numb to find the frets. Listen, he said softly. Really listen. There's frequencies older than time itself, boy. Music that shaped mountains and carved rivers. But you can't hear them when you're making this much noise inside your own head. I laughed, bitter and hollow. Right then, mate. Ancient frequencies, is it? Perhaps they'll tell me why everything I touch turns to ash. Perhaps they will, he replied, not rising to my sarcasm. But first, you need to get clean. Really clean. Not just your blood, your spirit. Something in his voice cut through my chemical fog. Might have been the way he said it, or might have been the way the broken windows caught the streetlight, making patterns that reminded me of that first night I'd heard the blues in Deep Ellum. There's a place in Bangkok, he continued. Different kind of music there, different kind of healing. Friend of mine runs it. Bangkok? I snorted. Bit far to go for a tune-up, innit? Sometimes, old Joe said, standing to leave. You have to go to the other side of the world to find what's been inside you all along. I watched him walk away, his words echoing in the empty warehouse. The bottle in my hand suddenly felt heavier, more poisonous. My reflection in its glass showed a stranger wearing familiar bandages. The next morning, nursing a hangover that felt like death itself, I booked a one-way ticket to Bangkok, not knowing I was flying toward both my destruction and my salvation. What I didn't know then was that old Joe would never see me play again. By the time I got back from Bangkok, he'd be gone. But that's getting ahead of the story, innit? Bangkok night. Bangkok swallowed me whole, its neon-lit streets offering both escape and oblivion. Found myself in this underground music scene, a proper maze of hidden clubs where Western rock stars could disappear into the humid night, where past glory meant nothing against present demons. Ended up in this spot called the Temple of Digital Dreams, though most regulars just called it the Temple. Place existed in that grey space between legal and illegal, its walls vibrating with a mix of traditional Thai music, filtered through synthesizers, and Western rock, twisted into new forms. The club's owner, Mai Chen, recognized me straight away, but didn't say a word. She'd seen my type before, rock stars running from themselves, thinking they could outpace their shadows. She simply nodded to the house guitar hanging on the wall, an invitation and a challenge. Time went bloody weird in Bangkok. Nights bled into days, then back into nights. I played when asked, drank when offered, and took whatever pills appeared in my palm. My bandages became ragged, some covering fresh wounds, others hiding old scars. Stopped being able to tell the difference. One night, or maybe it was morning, someone in the crowd called out, "Play something, rockstar." They always recognized me, no matter how far I ran. Stumbled to the stage, grabbed the house guitar, and squinted into the lights. "This one's called..." I slurred into the mic, then laughed. Actually, I don't remember what it's called, but it'll probably hurt. The music that poured out was raw, pain given voice, beautiful in its brokenness, terrible in its truth. Even drunk and lost, my fingers found notes that made people stop and listen. That's when I heard it, another sound cutting through my chaos. Something precise, mathematical, yet somehow more spiritual than anything I'd ever encountered. Through the haze of smoke and chemicals, I saw her at the keyboards. Her fingers moved like she was conducting electricity rather than playing music. She didn't even look up at me, too focused on her own sonic experiments. Her machines weren't just making music. They were processing sound itself, turning it into something new. When my set ended, she finally spoke. Her voice carried both Oxford education and Bangkok streets, an accent as complex as her music. "Your pain," she said, still adjusting knobs on her synthesizer. "It's not music yet. It's just noise pretending to be art." I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Worked well enough so far, love. Has it? She finally looked at me, her gaze cutting through my chemical fog. Is that why you're here trying to drink Bangkok dry? Her name was Bonnie Bangkok, to those who followed her work, a conservatory-trained musician who'd rejected classical music for electronic experimentation. She spoke of music in terms of quantum frequencies and wave theories, making my head spin in ways the drugs never could. What happened next changed everything, though I was too far gone to recognize it at the time. But that's getting ahead of ourselves, innit? The breaking point. Over the next few weeks, Bonnie and I began this odd dance. I'd play my blues rock chaos, and she'd weave her electronic precision through it, creating something neither of us had heard before. She never commented on my obvious intoxication, but her music spoke volumes, cutting through my fog, offering structure to my chaos. Then came the night everything went tits up. I was more gone than usual, my playing erratic and angry. Climbed onto a speaker stack, swaying dangerously, my guitar screaming feedback. The crowd cheered, expecting another legendary Bobbie Dangerous moment. Bonnie watched from her keyboards, saw that familiar look in my eyes, the same one I'd had at Madison Square Garden. But this time, someone was paying attention. If you're going to kill yourself, her voice cut through my feedback, at least do it sober. Give death the respect of a clear-headed decision. The words hit harder than any stage dive. I looked down at her, really looked, and for the first time in months, saw myself clearly. A ghost of former danger, playing at destruction because I'd forgotten how to create. Next thing I remember is waking up in a small clinic on the outskirts of Bangkok. Bonnie sat nearby, working on a portable synthesizer. The first waves of withdrawal were beginning to hit, and bloody hell, they hit hard. Music can heal, she said, playing frequencies that seemed to ease my tremors. But first, you have to want to be healed. During the worst moments when the demons came calling with their sweetest voices, she would play. Her synthesizers created soundscapes that seemed to exist between reality and dreams, giving my pain somewhere to go besides deeper inside. That's where I met Tommy Isak. Proper, interesting bloke, that one. Worked at the clinic, not as a doctor or nurse, but as what he called a spiritual technician. His path from hardcore punk drummer to Buddhist practitioner had taken him through his own battles with addiction. Tommy would sit with me during the worst nights, prayer beads wrapped around his wrist, speaking wisdom that initially sounded like fortune cookie philosophy until you really listened. The lotus doesn't bloom in clean water, he said one night as I struggled through another wave of nausea. It needs the mud. The darker the mud, the more beautiful the flower. I laughed weakly. Didn't come to Bangkok for bloody metaphors, mate. No, Tommy smiled. You came to die, but perhaps you'll stay to live instead. As my mind cleared, my musical conversations with Bonnie became more complex. She challenged me to think about sound differently, not just as emotion given voice, but as mathematics made audible. Her approach was clinical, yet somehow spiritual, precise, yet boundlessly creative. You've been using music to destroy yourself, she observed during one session. What if you used it to rebuild instead? The idea hit me like a revelation. All those years of conducting chaos, of manufacturing danger. What if I'd been missing the point entirely? What if real danger wasn't in pushing boundaries, but in finding new ones altogether? Finding new frequencies. The idea for a new band came together organically, like pieces of a puzzle I hadn't known I was solving. Bonnie's electronic landscapes needed solid ground, which led us to Ronnie Rage. Found her playing bass in a jazz club off Sukhumvit Road. Her rhythms holding together a quintet of seasoned musicians twice her age. Ronnie got her nickname not from anger, but from intensity. When she played, nothing else in the world existed. She took one look at Bonnie and me, heard our description of what we wanted to create, and simply nodded. About time someone tried to make chaos mathematical. Tommy's drums completed the circle. His Buddhist practices had transformed his playing. He approached rhythm not as a timekeeper, but as a spiritual foundation. Every beat is a mantra, he explained. Every measure, a meditation. Our first rehearsal was a proper disaster, but not the beautiful kind I was used to. My wild guitar solos crashed against Bonnie's precise electronic landscapes. Tommy's meditation-influenced drumming seemed to fight with every note. Only Ronnie's steady bass kept us from completely falling apart. "This isn't bloody working," I growled, throwing my pick across the room. "It's not supposed to work yet," Bonnie replied calmly. "We're learning each other's languages." Ronnie kept playing, her bass line a steady pulse beneath our argument. "You're both right," she said, "and you're both wrong. That's why it's interesting." It took weeks of practice of learning to truly listen to each other. Had to unlearn my instinct to dominate the sound, to let my guitar become part of a larger conversation. Bonnie had to allow for imperfection, for the human element to blend with her electronic precision. Slowly, something new emerged. It wasn't quite rock, wasn't purely electronic, wasn't exactly spiritual music. It was mathematics made passionate, chaos given structure, destruction transformed into creation. One night, after a particularly intense session, I found myself sitting with Tommy in the clinic's garden. The withdrawal symptoms had mostly passed, but something else was happening. A different kind of detox, like my soul was cleaning house. "You know what's mental?" I said, watching the Bangkok sunset paint the sky in colors I was finally clear enough to appreciate. All those years I thought being dangerous meant risking my life, but this feels more dangerous than any stunt I ever pulled. Tommy nodded, his prayer beads clicking softly. "Real danger isn't in what you might lose," he said. "It's in what you might become." Meanwhile, Bonnie was developing what she called frequency mapping, using her equipment to find mathematical patterns in everything from temple bells to traffic noise. She showed me how every sound contained hidden harmonics, how chaos itself followed precise patterns if you knew how to listen. "Your old music wasn't wrong," she told me one evening, her fingers dancing across her synthesizers. "It just wasn't complete. You were playing one frequency when the world is full of infinite ones." The first test. Our first show was booked at the Temple of Digital Dreams, where Mai Chen had watched my descent months earlier. The symmetry wasn't lost on anyone. The same stage that had witnessed my bottom would now see my rebirth, if we could bloody well pull it off. Backstage, old habits threatened to resurface. My hands shook as I applied a fresh bandage beneath my right eye. For the first time in months, it wasn't covering a real wound, but I needed the familiar ritual. My fingers kept finding their way to my empty flask pocket. Bonnie noticed. She always noticed. "The frequencies of anxiety," she said, setting up her complex array of synthesizers, "are almost identical to the frequencies of excitement. The difference is just in how we channel them." Tommy sat cross-legged behind his drum kit, prayer beads clicking softly as he meditated. He'd arranged his drums in a pattern that matched the chakra points of the body. Proper new age stuff that would have made me roll my eyes a few months ago, but somehow made perfect sense now. Ronnie was the calmest of us all, methodically tuning her bass, seemingly immune to the tension. "You're thinking too much," she told me. "Stop trying to prove something and just play what's true." The club filled beyond capacity. Word had spread through Bangkok's music scene about this strange new project. Some came expecting, maybe hoping for, another Bobbie Dangerous meltdown. Others were there for Bonnie's electronic innovations. No one knew quite what to expect, including us. When we took the stage, the first thing the audience noticed was the setup. Gone were the pyrotechnics and death-defying rigging of the beautiful disasters. Instead, Bonnie's keyboards were arranged in a semicircle of technology, each piece modified with her custom electronics. Tommy's drums seemed to pulse with soft light, LEDs matching his rhythm. Ronnie's bass rig was minimal but powerful, more focused on depth than volume. And me, I stood in the center with just my guitar and a single amp. No tricks, no stunts, just 6 strings and the truth they could tell. We opened with a piece called Digital Blues, the first song we'd written together. It started with Bonnie's synthesizers creating an electronic landscape, frequencies shifting like desert sand. Tommy's drums entered like a heartbeat, finding its rhythm, while Ronnie's bass provided the earth beneath our feet. When my guitar finally spoke, it wasn't with my old fury. Instead, I played with something new, passion tempered by purpose. The blues were still there, but now they were speaking through a different language, one that married human pain with electronic precision. Halfway through the set, during Bangkok nights, I felt the old urge rising. The amp stack behind me seemed to beckon. In the old days, I would have climbed it without hesitation, playing while balanced on the edge of disaster. My fingers tightened on my guitar neck, muscle memory preparing for the familiar stunt. But then I caught Bonnie's eye. She didn't shake her head or give any obvious signal. She simply held my gaze while her fingers danced across her keyboards, creating a bridge of sound for me to cross. The urge to climb transformed into something else, a musical ascent rather than a physical one. The new danger. The solo that followed was unlike anything I'd ever played. Instead of reaching for the sky, I went deeper, letting my guitar weave through Bonnie's electronic textures, dance with Tommy's spiritual rhythms, and ground itself in Ronnie's earth-shaking bass. In the audience, Mai Chen watched with a small smile. She'd seen countless musicians pass through her club. But this was different. This wasn't destruction disguised as art. This was transformation made audible. The show ended not with a bang, but with a piece we called Healing Frequencies. Bonnie's synthesizers recreated the sound pattern she'd used during my recovery, while my guitar added the human experience of that pain and triumph. Tommy's drums became more mantra than rhythm, and Ronnie's bass held us all in its embrace. After the show, the 4 of us sat in Mai's private back room, the adrenaline slowly fading into something deeper. No one touched the bottles that habitually appeared for performers after their sets. We were all too aware of what we'd just created and what it might mean. "That wasn't just music," Ronnie said, finally breaking the silence. "That was... I don't even know what to call it." "It's quantum harmony," Bonnie replied, still working out calculations on a napkin. "The intersection of electronic frequencies and human emotion. We're not just playing notes, we're manipulating the mathematical structure of feeling itself." Tommy smiled, prayer beads wrapping and unwrapping around his wrist. The ancient temples used sound for healing. Every chant, every bell was tuned to specific frequencies. Perhaps we're just remembering something old rather than creating something new. I sat quietly, touching the bandage under my eye. For the first time in years, I felt no urge to replace the symbolic wound with a real one. You know what's proper mental? Tonight was more dangerous than anything I did with the beautiful disasters. The others looked at me questioningly. With them, all the danger was external. The stunts, the fires, the chaos. But this, I gestured vaguely at the empty stage visible through the doorway. This is internal. We're not just risking our bodies anymore. We're risking something deeper. Later that night, I found myself back at the clinic where I detoxed, sat in the garden where Tommy and I had had so many conversations. The Bangkok sky was starting to lighten, promising another sweltering day. Old Joe's words came back to me. Some frequencies are older than time itself. Finally understood what he meant. We hadn't just played music tonight. We tapped into something ancient and new at the same time. Pulled out my phone, looked at the countless messages I'd been ignoring. One from Mum caught my eye. Heard your new music online. It sounds like you finally found what you've been looking for, darling. She was right, in her way. But what I'd found wasn't what I'd been looking for. It was what I'd been running from all along. The truth that real danger isn't in pushing boundaries, but in dissolving them completely, beyond the surface. A week later, we gathered in Bonnie's studio, a converted Buddhist temple filled with a strange mixture of ancient architecture and cutting-edge technology. Meditation bells hung alongside oscilloscopes, prayer flags draped over synthesizer racks. Proper mad scientist lab meets spiritual sanctuary it was. We need to record this properly, Bonnie said, bringing up complex wave patterns on multiple screens. But traditional studios won't work. They're built to capture sound. We need to capture frequency, vibration, spirit. That's when Tommy, fresh from meditation, opened his eyes with sudden clarity. We need to record where the frequencies already exist, in nature, in spaces that have their own sound. The idea took hold immediately. Ronnie began researching natural acoustics while Bonnie dove into the physics of sound in different environments. But it was something old Joe had told me years ago that suddenly clicked. Listen to the Earth's own music, he'd said one night in Deep Ellum, when I was still just a posh kid trying to learn the blues. Every cave has its song, every mountain peak its melody, every desert wind its harmony. We need to find places that are dangerous in their own right, I said, the pieces falling into place. Not because we make them dangerous, but because they already are. Places that will force us to adapt, to evolve. We began mapping out what would become the element sessions, deep limestone caves where sound behaved differently in each chamber, desert locations where extreme heat would warp our instruments and challenge our endurance, mountain peaks where thin air would affect both our playing and the sound itself, underwater spaces where we'd have to completely reimagine how music worked. This could ruin us, I said during one planning session. Financially, professionally, possibly literally. Yes, Bonnie agreed, not looking up from her calculations. That's why we have to do it. While we planned, we continued playing shows around Bangkok, each performance evolving our sound further. Word spread through the international music scene about this strange new project. Former fans of the beautiful disasters came expecting my old chaos and found something more complex. Electronic music enthusiasts, drawn by Bonnie's reputation, discovered something more organic than pure technology. Critics struggled to categorize what we were doing. One called it quantum blues. Another described it as technological spiritualism expressed through sound. A Thai music magazine simply said, "Danger has evolved." Then the letter arrived, postmarked from Dallas, old Joe's handwriting. He'd sent it weeks ago, before Well, before we lost him. Inside was a simple note. Found what you were looking for yet, boy? Or better yet, found what was looking for you? The news of his passing hit me like a physical blow. Bonnie found me in the studio staring at his letter, my hands shaking, but not from withdrawal this time. He knew, I said softly. He bloody well knew what we'd find here. That's why he sent me to Bangkok. The cave calls. Old Joe's funeral in Dallas brought it all full circle. The same Deep Ellum clubs where he'd first taught me to play the blues now displayed his photo in their windows. Musicians from every genre came to pay their respects. Proper testament to how many lives he touched. I couldn't bring myself to play at the service, though they asked. Some wounds are too fresh for music to touch. But that night, after everyone had gone, I sat alone in the blue room where he'd first spotted that posh British kid trying to learn the blues. You were right, you old bugger, I whispered to the empty stage. About everything. When I returned to Bangkok, something had shifted. The grief wasn't just grief anymore, it had become purpose. Old Joe's final letter kept echoing in my mind. Found what was looking for you? Natural bridge caverns stretched beneath the Texas earth, like a cathedral built by time itself. Our first element session. We stood at the entrance, our specialized equipment packed in waterproof cases, staring into the limestone maze that would become our first proper studio. Dr. Elena Martinez, a cave acoustic specialist who'd called us mental when we first approached her, now stood beside us with an array of sensitive microphones and measurement devices. She'd been skeptical of our plan until Bonnie showed her the wave equations she'd developed. Each chamber has its own voice, Elena explained, checking readings on her equipment. The main cathedral space resonates at 432 Hz, exactly the frequency Bonnie predicted. It's like the cave has been waiting for you. Getting our equipment down was the first challenge. Had to lower everything by rope through narrow passages, each case containing custom-modified instruments designed to work in the high humidity. Bonnie's synthesizers had been specially sealed against the moisture, while Tommy's drums were fitted with new materials that wouldn't warp in the cave's atmosphere. This is proper mental, I muttered, carefully lowering my guitar cases. Even for us. Ronnie grinned in the beam of her headlamp. Scared? Rock star? Terrified, I admitted. But for the right reasons this time. The first test recordings were revelatory. Found that different chambers resonated with different bass frequencies. Ronnie could play a note in one room and hear it answer from deeper in the cave system. Tommy discovered that his drum spoke to the ancient rock in ways that changed depending on where he placed each piece. Then the generators failed. Darkness swallowed us whole. Not the darkness of night, but the absolute absence of light that exists only deep underground. For a moment, panic threatened to surface. Nobody move, Bonnie called out. Listen. In the perfect darkness, we heard it. The cave's own music, the subtle drip of water, the whisper of air through stone passages, the deep resonance of the earth itself. Without discussing it, we began to play. My acoustic guitar found a conversation with a dripping stalactite. Ronnie's bass vibrated through chambers we couldn't see. Tommy's hands found his drums by feel alone, playing rhythms that seemed to come from the stone itself. And Bonnie, working with just one battery-powered synthesizer, wove it all together. Deep rhythms. We played for an hour in complete darkness. When we finally listened to the recording, we sat in stunned silence. What we'd captured wasn't just music. It was the sound of humans remembering they were part of the Earth's own song. Dark matter blues, Bonnie said quietly. That's what we call this one. We spent 3 weeks in the cave system, recording in different chambers at different times, letting the space teach us its secrets. Sometimes we'd play for hours, other times we'd sit in silence, learning the cave's rhythms. Found myself thinking about old Joe a lot down there in the dark. Remembered him saying, "Blues ain't just about being sad, boy. It's about being true." In those cave chambers with their perfect acoustics and ancient silence, truth was all you could play. One night, deeper in the system than we'd gone before, something proper strange happened. Was playing this slow blues line, nothing fancy, when the cave seemed to couldn't answer back. Not just echo, mind you. The space itself was adding harmonics we couldn't explain. "Look at these readings," Bonnie whispered, her equipment picking up patterns that shouldn't have been possible. The rock itself is resonating at frequencies that match ancient musical scales, scales that predate written history. Tommy sat in meditation while his drums picked up vibrations from the stone. "The earth remembers," he said. "Every frequency that's ever moved through these chambers has left its mark." Ronnie discovered she could play certain bass notes that would make the whole cave system hum like some massive instrument. "It's like the rocks are singing," she said. "They've just been waiting for someone to give them a voice." The deeper we went, both physically and musically, the more old Joe's teachings made sense. He'd always said that music was older than humans, that we didn't invent it, we discovered it. Down there in those ancient chambers, that truth became impossible to deny. One session, I found myself in a small chamber they called the bell room, named for the way certain rocks would ring like bells when struck. Sat there alone for hours, just listening, not playing, not thinking, just letting the space teach me what it knew. "Your old man would be proud," a voice said, and for a moment I could have sworn it was old Joe. Turned around quick, but there was only darkness and the distant sound of water dripping. Yet, somehow the words felt true. When we finally emerged from the cave system, we were different. Not just as musicians, but as people. The earth had taught us something that went beyond music. Something about time, about patience, about the difference between making noise and finding harmony. "You know what's mental?" I said to Bonnie as we packed up our gear. "All those years doing death-defying stunts, and the most dangerous thing I have ever done is sit still in the dark and really listen." She smiled, checking the readings from our final session. Maybe that's what old Joe meant about certain frequencies being older than time. They're not just sounds, they're teachers. And sometimes the most profound lessons come in perfect silence. Desert songs. The Chihuahuan. Desert stretched to the horizon like a golden sea, its waves made of heat ripples and shifting sand. After the protective darkness of the caves, the merciless sun felt like judgment itself. We'd chosen to record during the hottest part of summer, when the desert would be at its most extreme and its most honest. "Bit different from London rain, innit?" I said, watching our equipment being unloaded. Our base camp looked like a cross between a recording studio and a scientific expedition. Solar panels powered a sophisticated cooling system for our gear, while specially designed shade structures protected both instruments and musicians. Bonnie had worked with climate control experts to develop what she called thermal acoustic isolation, a way to use the heat itself as part of our sound. "The desert's already playing," she explained, monitoring waves of heat through specialized equipment. "We just need to learn its song." The heat changed everything about how we played. Guitar strings expanded and contracted with the temperature, creating microtonal shifts that would have driven me mental in a normal recording. but became part of our desert vocabulary. Found myself retuning constantly until I realized the desert was tuning my guitar for me. It's like the heat is another musician, I said, watching my strings shimmer in the sunlight. One that doesn't care what we want, only what's true. Bonnie's keyboard suffered most in the extreme conditions. Traditional synthesizers would have failed completely, but she prepared for this. Her new setup included sensors that captured the actual sounds of the desert, the wind through dunes, the crackle of sun-baked earth, the whisper of sand, and processed them through her electronic filters. Tommy arranged his drums in a wide circle, each piece exposed to different levels of sun and shade, creating natural variation in the skin's tension. The desert is teaching us patience, he observed during meditation. Every beat must be earned. Ronnie discovered that certain frequencies would make patterns in the sand around her bass cabinets. She began composing pieces based on these patterns, letting the desert's response guide her playing. It's like the sand is dancing, she said, but we have to play what it wants to hear. Then came the sandstorm. We'd known it was a possibility, had even prepared for it, but the reality was beyond anything we'd imagined. The horizon disappeared behind a wall of sand, moving faster than thought. "Pack it up!" I shouted over the rising wind. But Bonnie was already moving in the opposite direction, turning her microphones toward the storm. "No," she said, her eyes bright with scientific fervor. "This is what we've been waiting for. Storm songs." We covered our equipment with specialized filters we'd developed for exactly this scenario. Instead of shutting down, we set up to record in the heart of the storm. The sand became another instrument, its voice captured through Bonnie's sensors, while the wind played my guitar strings like nature's own fingers. "This is proper mental," I shouted over the howling wind, but everyone was too focused to respond. The storm had created its own studio, walls of sand surrounding us, the sun a dim red eye above. My strings sang with harmonics I'd never heard before, the wind finding notes between notes, the sand adding textures no effects pedal could ever create. Each gust brought new tones, new possibilities. Found myself playing less and listening more, letting the storm teach me its language. Bonnie's equipment was picking up patterns that defied her scientific understanding. "The storm," she called out. "It's not just making noise, it's creating mathematical structures in sound, perfect fractals in frequency." Tommy had stopped playing his drums entirely, instead letting the wind hit his cymbals and skins in patterns no human could replicate. "The desert is drumming itself," he said, his meditation beads clicking in the wind. Ronnie's bass work became something entirely new. The low frequencies interacted with the storm in ways that made the sand dance in geometric patterns around her. "It's like playing a duet with the planet," she shouted, her fingers finding rhythms that matched the wind's pulse. What emerged was Desert Fever Dreams, a piece that captured not just the sound of the storm, but the experience of standing within it. The recording was filtered through layers of sand, creating textures no studio could replicate. During one sunrise session, before the day's heat built up, I noticed rattlesnakes drawn to the vibrations of our playing. Instead of backing away, Tommy began incorporating their rhythmic rattles into his percussion. The snakes became part of our desert orchestra, their ancient warning transformed into music. "You know what old Joe would say about this?" I said during the break, watching the snakes sway to our frequencies. "He'd say we're finally learning to play with the danger instead of trying to create it." Bonnie nodded, her equipment still recording the snake rhythms. The desert's teaching us what the caves began to show. Real power isn't in domination, it's in collaboration. That night, sheltering from another storm in our camp, I found myself thinking about my beautiful disasters days. All that manufactured chaos seemed hollow compared to this. Working with real forces, learning from real danger, finding music in the raw power of nature itself, between earth and sky. Our final night in the desert brought everything full circle. The temperature dropped like a stone after sunset, and the stars came out in force. Proper light show that was. We set up our gear one last time, letting the cold air and starlight shape our sound. Listen to how different everything sounds now, Bonnie said, her equipment picking up new patterns in the night air. The desert's evening voice is nothing like its day voice. She was right. My guitar strings, which had been fighting the heat for weeks, now rang clear and true in the cold. The notes seemed to float up toward those stars, like they were trying to bridge the gap between earth and sky. That's our next destination, Tommy said, nodding toward the distant silhouette of Guadalupe Peak, rising above Texas like a stone giant reaching for the stars. At 8,151 feet, it promised a different world entirely from both the womb-like caves and the searing desert. Packing up our desert gear, each piece now carrying a fine coating of sand that would never quite come off, I found myself thinking about how far we'd come. From the depths of the earth to its most exposed surface, each environment had taught us something new about sound, about danger, about ourselves. You know what's mental? I said to Ronnie as we loaded the last of the equipment. A few years ago, I thought danger meant jumping off stadium rafters. Now, look at us, making music with sandstorms and rattlesnakes. She laughed, checking her bass for sand damage. Yeah, and next, we're going to play with thin air itself. Old Joe would love this. The mention of his name didn't hurt like it used to. The desert had taught us something about transformation, how nothing really ends. It just changes form, like how the wind could reshape entire dunes overnight, or how the same sand that could strip paint from a car could also create the most beautiful patterns around our speakers. Getting our gear up Guadalupe Peak would be a proper challenge. Each piece would have to be carried by hand or mule, carefully protected against terrain and weather. Bonnie's keyboards and computers would need special pressure-sealed cases to function at altitude. Even basic equipment would behave differently up there. Everything from guitar strings to drum heads would have to be modified for the atmospheric conditions. The mountain will teach us differently than the desert or caves, Tommy explained during our planning session. In the caves, we learned about darkness and resonance. In the desert, about exposure and extremes. The mountain will teach us about elevation in every sense. Bonnie's equations were already adapting to account for the thinner air and changing pressures. It's not just about playing music at altitude, she said, showing me her calculations. It's about understanding how sound itself changes as we rise above the earth. Looking at those distant peaks, I remembered something old Joe once told me. Blues ain't just about staying low to the ground, boy. Sometimes you gotta take them heights and make them sing too. Mountain songs. Guadalupe Peak rose above Texas like a stone giant reaching for the stars. At 8,151 feet, it was a different world from both the womb-like caves and the searing desert. The altitude affected each of us differently. Even breathing was a new challenge, much less playing. Bloody hell, I gasped, helping to secure our equipment after the grueling climb. No one told me Texas had proper mountains. The air itself became an instrument, thin, cold, and demanding respect. Every piece of gear had to be specially modified. My guitar strings behaved like they were on another planet, the thin air changing their vibration in ways I'd never experienced. The vertigo hit me harder than expected. Found myself getting dizzy during simple chord progressions, the height playing havoc with my sense of balance. Rather than fight it, I started incorporating the dizziness into my music, letting my guitar lines spiral and weave like the winds that constantly swept the peak. The vertigo isn't a weakness, Bonnie told me, adjusting her equipment as sunset painted the clouds. It's the mountain teaching you to let go of the ground. Tommy's meditation practices helped him adapt, but his drumming had to change. The thin air meant he couldn't play his usual intense patterns without becoming winded. Instead, he developed what he called cloud rhythm, patterns that floated and danced like the mist that often enveloped our camp. Ronnie discovered that her bass frequencies traveled differently at altitude. Notes that would normally sink into the ground now seemed to hover in the air, creating standing waves that could be felt more than heard. She began composing pieces that took advantage of this phenomenon, turning the mountain's atmosphere into an acoustic lens. Our first recording session was interrupted by a storm moving in fast across the plains below. We watched this approach like a dark tide, lightning dancing between clouds. Most musicians would have packed up, sought shelter. Instead, Bonnie quickly reconfigured her equipment. The lightning, she explained hurriedly, it creates electromagnetic frequencies we can capture. The storm isn't just visual, it's broadcasting on wavelengths we can hear if we know how to listen. We played through the storm, though played might be too simple a word for what happened. The lightning became another instrument, its electromagnetic pulses creating interference patterns in our equipment that Bonnie processed and fed back into our sound. Thunder provided percussion that made Tommy's drums sound like whispers in comparison. Heaven's Gate Blues. Halfway through what would become Heaven's Gate Blues, a lightning bolt struck close enough to charge the air with electricity. Our equipment crackled with St. Elmo's fire, creating sounds none of us had heard before. Instead of stopping, we incorporated these new voices into our recording. Bloody hell, I shouted over the thunder, my guitar strings glowing with static electricity. This is proper mental, even for us. But something extraordinary was happening. The electromagnetic energy from the lightning transformed our instruments in ways we couldn't have planned. My guitar strings vibrated on their own, creating harmonics that shouldn't have been possible. Bonnie's synthesizers picked up frequencies that existed somewhere between electricity and sound. Look at these patterns, Bonnie called out, her eyes wide as she watched her screens. The lightning's not just adding energy to our music, it's restructuring the frequencies themselves. It's like we're playing with raw creation. Tommy's drums became conductors of both rhythm and electricity. The metal in his cymbals attracted smaller charges, turning each piece into a kind of lightning rod that added its own voice to the storm. Instead of fighting it, he played with it, letting the electricity guide his hands. Ronnie's bass work took on new dimensions as the low frequencies interacted with the storm's electromagnetic field. It's like playing the voice of the storm itself, she shouted, her bass lines rolling like thunder. The peak's metal survey marker began to hum with its own tone, adding an otherworldly drone to our recording. The very rocks beneath our feet seemed to vibrate with the storm's energy. We weren't just making music anymore. We were part of some cosmic symphony. That's the most dangerous thing we've ever done, I said afterward, my hair still standing slightly on end. And we didn't have to manufacture it at all. Real danger, Bonnie replied, reviewing the recordings with barely contained excitement, doesn't need to be manufactured. It exists in the spaces between what we think we control and what we know we don't. The thin air and isolation began affecting our minds in subtle ways. Colors seemed sharper, sounds more distinct. We found ourselves having long conversations without speaking, communicating through our instruments in ways that went beyond music. Later that night, huddled in our camp as the storm moved on, I thought about how far we'd come. From the depths of caves to the heart of storms, each environment had stripped away another layer of pretense, teaching us that true music isn't about control, it's about surrender. You know what old Joe would say about this? I said, watching lightning illuminate distant clouds. He'd say we're finally learning what real danger is, not in fighting nature, but in becoming part of it. Deep frequencies. The natural spring system in central Texas looked deceptively peaceful from above. Clear water reflected the sky like nature's mirror, giving no hint of the complex network of underwater caves and channels below. This would be our most ambitious recording yet. Not just playing near water, but creating music within it. Sound travels differently in water, Bonnie explained during our prep week. About 4.3 times faster than in air. But it's not just about speed. It's about how sound waves interact with liquid, how frequencies change, how our entire concept of music has to adapt to a three-dimensional space. We'd spent months developing equipment for these sessions, working with marine acoustic engineers and underwater technology specialists. Every instrument had to be completely reimagined. Traditional amplification was impossible. Everything had to be converted to hydrophone technology. My guitars underwent the most dramatic transformation. Special pickups were designed to capture string vibrations through water, while the bodies were modified to use the liquid itself as a resonating chamber. Had to learn to play wearing a wetsuit. My movements slowed and altered by the water's resistance. It's like learning to play all over again, I said during that one test run. Every gesture has to be deliberate. There's no room for my old showmanship down there. The water demands honesty. Bonnie's setup looked like something from a proper sci-fi film. She'd developed what she called aqua synthesis, a system of underwater sensors that could detect and process the natural frequencies of the springs, converting water movement itself into musical data. Her keyboard controls were replaced with waterproof sensor pads that responded to gesture and pressure. Tommy's drums became something entirely new. Instead of traditional percussion, he worked with an array of hydrophones placed throughout the spring system. Different underwater currents created different tones, which he could play by directing and modulating the water flow. His meditation practice proved invaluable as he learned to hold his breath for longer periods while performing. Ronnie's bass proved to be the most naturally adapted to the underwater environment. Low frequencies traveled through water with remarkable clarity, and she discovered she could create standing waves that would shape the water itself. She could literally make the liquid dance with specific frequencies. Our first full underwater session was a revelation. We started in the shallows, watching sunlight filter through the water as we adjusted to our new environment. Each of us wore specially designed diving gear that allowed for extended submersion while playing. Remember, Bonnie's voice came through our underwater communication system. We're not fighting the water, we're becoming part of it. The deepest song, the piece that emerged submerged in sound, began with the natural voices of the springs, The subtle movements of water through stone, the distant echoes of underground rivers, the complex harmonics of pressure and depth. Gradually, our instruments joined this aquatic chorus. My guitar lines created visible patterns in the water, ripples of sound that could be seen as well as heard. Bonnie's sensors captured these patterns and transformed them into new frequencies, creating a feedback loop between visual and audible. Bloody hell, my voice crackled through the comm system. Look at how the sound moves. It's not just traveling through the water, it's shaping it. During one deep session, we encountered a challenge we hadn't anticipated. At certain depths, the pressure changed the tuning of our instruments in unpredictable ways. Rather than fight it, we incorporated these pressure-induced variations into our composition. Depth harmonics was born from this discovery, a piece that could never be replicated in normal atmospheric conditions. Our final underwater session was meant to be our most ambitious. The plan was to record entirely submerged in the deepest part of the spring system, a cathedral-like cave that dropped nearly 100 feet below the surface. None of us were prepared for what we would discover there. We've been thinking about this wrong, Bonnie said during our preparation. We're not just going to play music underwater, we're going to let the water play through us. The descent was like entering another world. Beams of filtered sunlight created natural spotlights in the blue-green darkness. Our instruments, modified for deep water use, caught these rays and scattered them like aquatic prisms. At this depth, even our breathing through the specialized gear became part of the rhythm. Suspended in the water column with my modified guitar, I felt something shift inside me. All my years of manufacturing danger, of pushing boundaries for show, seemed suddenly hollow compared to this genuine confrontation with the deep. You know what I just realized? My voice came through our underwater comms. All those years with the beautiful disasters, I was playing at being dangerous. This, being here, doing this is actually dangerous. But it's not about showing off anymore. It's about discovering something true. Ronnie's bass frequencies at this depth created visible spheres of resonance in the water. Perfect circles that expanded and contracted with each note. The fish seemed attracted to these patterns, swimming in synchronization with her playing. She began composing in response to their movements, creating an interspecies symphony. Tommy, who had been practicing freediving for months in preparation, found that at this depth, his usual meditation techniques merged completely with his playing. The rhythms he created weren't just patterns of sound. They were patterns of existence, each beat matching his heart rate, his breath holds, the pulse of the water itself. When water remembers. But it was Bonnie's breakthrough that changed everything. Her underwater sensors detected something unexpected. Patterns of frequency that shouldn't have been there. Complex harmonics emerging from the interaction of depth, pressure, and temperature. The water remembers. Her voice came through our comms, filled with wonder as she studied the readings. Every sound that's ever moved through it has left a trace, a ghost of vibration. We're not just playing in water, we're playing with time itself. The piece that emerged from this revelation, Memory of Water, became the centerpiece of our underwater sessions. Rather than impose our music on the environment, we let the semi-environment teach us its song. The composition incorporated the ancient harmonics Bonnie had discovered, with each of us adding our voice to a conversation that had been going on since water first carved these caves. Listen to this pattern, Bonnie said, her excitement clear even through the underwater comms. It's like finding sheet music written by the earth itself. These frequencies, they're older than human music. Older than humans, full stop. My guitar work had to change completely. Instead of leading with melody, I learned to weave between the ancient frequencies, finding spaces where modern music could converse with these timeless harmonics. Every note had to serve something larger than our own composition. Proper mental, this is, I said, watching ripples of sound create patterns in the water around us. Old Joe tried to tell me about this, about frequencies older than time. Thought he was being metaphorical, didn't I? During the recording, something unexpected happened. The natural illumination in the cave shifted, creating what appeared to be a vortex of light around us. Later, reviewing the footage, we couldn't determine if it had been a natural phenomenon or something created by the interaction of our sound waves with the water. Does it matter? Tommy asked when we debated it. Whether it was physics or magic, we were part of something bigger than ourselves. Isn't that what we've been looking for all along? Near the end of the session, our air supplies running low, we performed what would become known as the Deep Communion. Each musician let go of their practice parts, their careful compositions, and simply became part of the underwater environment. The music that emerged was unlike anything we'd created before, or would create again. You know what's funny, I said as we finally surfaced, the weight of our discovery still heavy in the air. All those years ago in London, watching the rain against the windows before we left for Texas. Mum told me there was music everywhere. Just had to learn how to listen for it. Took me decades and a journey to the bottom of a spring to finally understand what she meant. Surfacing. Coming back to the surface world after our underwater sessions was like waking from a profound dream. Colors seemed too sharp, sounds too harsh, the air itself too thin. We gathered in our makeshift studio near the springs, still dripping from our final ascent, trying to process what we'd experienced. I think I finally understand what true danger is, I said, carefully drying my modified guitar. The instrument, like its player, seemed transformed by its time in the deep. All those years I was just playing with the idea of it. Down there, that was real. Not because we might die, but because we might actually live. Bonnie was already deep in her analysis of the recordings, but something was different about her usual scientific precision. Her fingers trembled slightly as she adjusted controls, her eyes wider than normal as she studied the waveforms. These patterns, she said, pointing to complex harmonics on her screens. They're not just sound. They're not even just music. I don't have the right words. It's like we recorded the voice of the earth itself, speaking through water and time. Tommy sat in his usual meditation pose, but instead of closing his eyes, he watched drops of water fall from his prayer beads. Each drop caught the light, creating tiny rainbows before joining the small puddle at his feet. In Buddhism, we talk about the illusion of separation. Down there, that illusion dissolved. We weren't four people playing music anymore. We were part of the water's own song. Ronnie, typically the most grounded of us all, seemed almost in a trance as she replayed her bass lines from the deep session. The frequencies made the puddles around us ripple in complex patterns. We have to find a way to bring this back up here, she said. Not just the sound, but the feeling, the truth of it. The challenge of translating our underwater revelations into something we could share with the world became our new focus. We spent weeks processing the recordings, but more importantly, processing the experience itself. You know what's mental, I said during one late night session, surrounded by Bonnie's humming equipment. Old Joe knew, not just about the frequencies, about everything, about why I had to go to Bangkok, about why we had to explore all these elements. He wasn't just teaching me blues guitar back in Deep Ellum. He was preparing me for this. When elements unite. In the aftermath of our elemental recordings, we retreated to Bonnie's converted temple studio in Bangkok. The space had evolved during our journey, now filled with artifacts from each recording site. Limestone fragments from the caves, sand from the desert, rocks from the mountain peak, and bottles of spring water from the depths. Each item was wired with sensors, becoming part of Bonnie's ever-expanding instrument array. Each element taught us something different, Bonnie explained, surrounded by screens displaying complex waveforms from all 4 sessions. The caves taught us to listen to darkness. The desert taught us to hear heat. The mountain taught us to play with sky. The water taught us to dissolve. I sat with my guitar, now modified to incorporate lessons from each environment. The neck had been treated with desert minerals, the body carved with cave-like resonance chambers, the electronics enhanced with high-altitude sensors, and the pickups adapted from our underwater designs. It's not about mixing the elements, I said, playing notes that seemed to carry echoes of each place we'd recorded. It's about understanding that they were never really separate to begin with. Tommy had arranged his drum kit in a pattern that mapped the elements. Earth drums anchored to the floor, wind percussion suspended in the air, fire drums that responded to heat and friction, and water drums that used liquid resonance. His meditation sessions now incorporated all 4 elements, each one enhancing his understanding of rhythm and space. The elements chose to speak through us, he'd say to eager students who wanted to learn his techniques. But everyone must find their own conversation with them. There are no shortcuts to genuine communion. Ronnie's bass work had perhaps evolved the most dramatically. She discovered that certain frequencies could recreate the acoustic properties of each recording site. With specific notes, she could make a space feel as reverberant as the caves, as vast as the desert, as thin as the mountain air, or as fluid as the depths. "We're not just playing music anymore," she said during one session. "We're playing reality itself." Later that night, in Bonnie's studio, something unprecedented occurred. Our instruments created patterns that seemed to exist in multiple spaces simultaneously. Cave depths and skyscraper heights, desert heat and digital cold, mountain air and urban pulse. "Listen to this," Bonnie said, her screens showing impossible harmonics. "It's like every frequency we've ever recorded is finding new ways to dance together." Her hand found mine as we studied the patterns, the contact as natural as our music. "When I was Bobbie Dangerous," I said softly, "I thought I knew what risk was. But this is proper dangerous. We're not just pushing boundaries anymore, we're dissolving them completely." The world notices. The first signs that something extraordinary was happening came from unexpected places. A seismologist in Switzerland reported unusual harmonic patterns in her geological readings that matched frequencies from our cave recordings. A desert research station in Morocco detected sound waves in sand dunes that resonated with our desert sessions. Buddhist monks in Tibet found their meditation chants naturally aligning with our mountain recordings. Marine biologists noted changed behavior patterns in whales that coincided with underwater playback of our deep sessions. "We've created something that speaks beyond music," Bonnie said, poring over the reports flooding into her studio. Her screens displayed a global map marked with points where our frequencies had been detected or had created unexpected effects. "The elements are answering us." Then came the whispers from the city itself. It started when I was walking through downtown Dallas late one night, guitar on my back, past an old subway tunnel and heard something. Not just the usual urban white noise, but actual harmonics, like the city was trying to sing. Bonnie, I called her right there from the street. Remember how the caves had their own voice? How the desert sang? I think the city wants to sing too. She was quiet for a moment. The urban environment, she finally said. It's just another kind of landscape, isn't it? Made of steel and concrete instead of stone and sand, but still shaped by human frequencies over time. That conversation led us to our next project, mapping the music of the city itself. We started underground, in the forgotten network of tunnels that honeycomb Dallas's foundation. These weren't the maintained utility tunnels or active subway lines. These were older spaces, Prohibition-era passages, and abandoned transit projects that held decades of urban memory. Cities have their own elements, Bonnie explained, setting up modified equipment in a junction where 3 tunnels met. Instead of earth, air, fire, and water, we're dealing with steel, concrete, electricity, and human movement. But they're just as alive, just as fundamental. The subway acoustics proved radically different from our natural recordings. Where cave resonance was organic and flowing, these tunnels created sharp, geometric patterns of sound. The frequencies bounced off man-made surfaces in ways that created entirely new harmonics. But it wasn't just the tunnels. We found ourselves drawn to skyscrapers under construction, their raw steel frames reaching into the Texas sky. Each floor had its own voice, its own relationship with height and air. Abandoned factories became our next studios, their silent machines holding rhythms of creation in their rusted frames. Listen, Tommy said during one session in an old power plant. The city remembers too. Every space holds frequencies of what it used to be, what it is now, what it might become. That's when we started noticing something else. The spaces in between. The abandoned malls, the quiet airports, the dead data centers. Places that existed in transition, holding their own kind of music. Liminal spaces, Bonnie called them. Not what they were anymore, but not yet what they'll be next. Like frequencies caught between states of matter. The urban voice. When the city first started singing to us, I wasn't quite sure what I was hearing. Standing outside that old subway tunnel in Dallas, guitar on my back, catching those strange harmonics. It was like London's underground and deep Elam's blues had somehow merged into something new. Listen to this, I told Bonnie, setting up our gear in the junction where 3 abandoned tunnels met. The acoustics down there were nothing like our cave recordings, all sharp angles and geometric echoes instead of natural resonance. The city's got its own elements, hasn't it? Steel instead of stone, concrete instead of soil. Our first proper recording session in those tunnels was a revelation. Found myself having to unlearn everything the caves had taught me. My guitar didn't want to flow anymore. It wanted to fracture, to splinter into urban geometries. The sounds bounced off man-made surfaces in ways that created entirely new harmonics. Track triggers, Bonnie called them, contact microphones we placed on abandoned rails that could capture the vibrations from active lines nearby. These deep mechanical pulses became the foundation for our underground recordings. Ronnie discovered something properly mental with her bass work. She found that certain frequencies could actually map the tunnel network through resonance alone. Play the right note, she explained, and you can feel where every passage leads, every chamber connects, like the city skeleton speaking through sound. The breakthrough came during a recording session near an active subway line. The rhythm of passing trains created patterns we hadn't anticipated. Not just mechanical vibrations, but complex harmonics that seemed to contain echoes of every passenger's journey. It's not just noise, Bonnie said, her instruments detecting unfamiliar patterns. These trains, they're telling stories. Every frequency carries fragments of human experience, hopes, fears, dreams, all encoded in vibration. The vertical city. After mastering those underground frequencies, we turned our attention skyward. Some developer connection of Bonnie's got us access to this half-finished skyscraper. 60 stories of raw steel and glass reaching into the Texas sky. Proper, different from those subterranean spaces, but bloody fascinating in its own right. Each floor has its own voice, Bonnie noted, setting up equipment at different levels. The same frequency played on the 10th floor sounds completely different on the 50th. It's not just about acoustics, it's about the building's relationship with air and light. We established recording stations at strategic intervals. Ground level for foundation frequencies, mid-building for wind harmonics, and the unfinished top floors where structure met sky. Each height created its own signature sound, its own relationship with the urban environment. Found myself developing entirely new playing techniques. The wind at height affected my guitar strings in unpredictable ways, creating natural harmonics I had to learn to work with rather than control. Up here, I said, standing near the edge of the 50th floor. You're not just playing music. You're playing with the border between earth and atmosphere. The building itself became an instrument. We developed what we called height harmonic recording, a system of microphones placed at different elevations that captured how sound changed as it traveled vertically. Steel beams became conductors of vibration. Glass windows turned into resonating chambers. Tommy discovered his drums had to be approached differently at each level. The rhythm changes with elevation, he explained. At the bottom, you're playing with the Earth's pulse. In the middle, you're conversing with the city's heartbeat. At the top, you're dancing with the sky. Ronnie's bass work revealed something unexpected. Standing waves that formed between floors, creating nodes of resonance where frequencies pooled and transformed. She learned to map these points, using them to create three-dimensional bass lines that moved not just through time, but through space. Our breakthrough came during a thunderstorm. Instead of stopping the recording, we embraced the new elements. Lightning created electromagnetic fields that our equipment captured, while thunder provided a natural counterpoint to our vertical harmonics. The building isn't just reaching for the sky, Bonnie observed, watching patterns form on her monitors. It's translating between ground and air, between human ambition and natural law. Every skyscraper is an antenna, receiving and transmitting frequencies we're only beginning to understand. The Industrial Symphony. The abandoned automobile factory in Detroit stood like a cathedral to America's industrial past. Proper, massive space it was, filled with silent machinery, frozen assembly lines, and decades of manufacturing energy still somehow present in the air. Found ourselves discovering that machines had their own kind of music, their own frequencies of memory and creation. Each machine has its own signature, Bonnie explained, attaching sensors to rusted conveyor belts and dormant presses. Even dormant, they hold patterns of movement, rhythms of production, echoes of thousands of hands that once operated them. We're not just recording sound, we're translating mechanical memory. The factory's layout provided natural divisions, the stamping plant's percussive spaces, the assembly line's linear progressions, the paint shop's spray booth reverberations. Each area demanded its own approach, its own understanding of how mechanical energy had shaped the space. found my guitar work, transforming in response to the industrial environment. These machines weren't built for music, I said, running my hand along a massive press. But they've been playing their own songs for decades. We just have to learn their language. We began restoring certain machines, not to their original function, but to a new purpose as musical instruments. Conveyor systems became rhythm generators, their variable speeds creating complex polyrhythms. Robotic arms were reprogrammed to move in musical patterns, their servos and joints creating unexpected melodies. Bloody hell, I muttered during one session, watching a restored press create perfect rhythmic patterns. Old Joe would love this. He always said the blues came from work songs. Bet he never imagined factory machines could sing them. Tommy integrated the factory's natural percussion into his setup. Every surface here has its own voice, he observed, tapping different metal structures. The machines aren't just tools. They're drums that have been playing the same beat for 50 years. Now, they're ready to play something new. Ronnie discovered that certain bass frequencies could excite sympathetic vibrations in the factory structure. The whole building is like a giant string, she explained. Play the right note and you can feel how everything is connected, from the foundation to the roof trusses. Our breakthrough came when we synchronized our playing with the factory's own rhythms. Using Bonnie's sensors, we could detect the subtle vibrations still present in the machinery, ghost frequencies of past production that we wove into our music. Listen to how the spaces speak to each other, Bonnie said during one session. The press shop calls, the assembly line answers, the paint booth adds harmony. It's like an industrial choir, each machine adding its voice to a symphony of creation. Power plant frequencies. The decommissioned nuclear power plant stood like a monument to contained energy. Its massive cooling tower dominated the landscape, while the interior spaces hummed with residual electromagnetic fields that had persisted long after the facility shut down. Here, we encountered something entirely new, the music of pure energy. These readings are unlike anything we've seen, Bonnie said, watching her instruments detect patterns in the electromagnetic field. It's not just residual energy. It's like the atoms themselves are still dancing to the rhythm of controlled fusion. Every surface holds memories of tremendous power. Proper mental, this is, I said, adjusting my guitar's specially modified pickups. The standard ones had gone completely haywire from the electromagnetic interference. Even dormant, this place has more juice than all our previous recordings combined. The facility offered distinct recording environments, the cooling tower's perfect acoustic cylinder, the turbine hall's cathedral-like spaces, the control room's electronic ghosts, and the reactor building's heavily shielded chambers. Each location required completely new approaches to both equipment and performance. We had to develop specialized instruments just to work in these spaces. Standard electronics would go completely wonky from the lingering electromagnetic fields, creating unpredictable interactions that could either enhance or destroy our recordings. It's like trying to play a duet with electricity itself, I observed, testing modified pickups that could translate electromagnetic interference into controlled sound. The energy here isn't just background noise, it's an active participant in everything we do. The cooling tower became our primary recording space, its enormous concrete cylinder creating acoustic properties we'd never encountered before. Sound didn't just echo, it spiraled, following the tower's hyperbolic curve in predictable but complex patterns. Tommy discovered that different levels of the tower offered different resonant frequencies. The structure isn't just architecture, he explained, setting up his drums at carefully calculated points. It's a giant instrument designed to move air, but capable of moving sound in ways we're just beginning to understand. Ronnie's bass work took on new dimensions as she learned to work with, rather than against, the electromagnetic fields. Certain frequencies interact with the residual energy, she found. Play the right note and you can actually see the effect in the air, like northern lights made of sound. Our breakthrough came during a thunderstorm, when natural lightning interacted with the plant's residual energy fields. Instead of shutting down, we incorporated these cosmic frequencies into our recording. The result was something that stretched the boundaries of what could be called music. You know what's proper strange? I said later, watching the storm fade into the distance. All those years with the beautiful disasters, I thought I was being dangerous by playing with fire and chaos. But this is real power. This is what old Joe meant about frequencies older than time. The urban elements unite. After mastering the distinct voices of underground tunnels, vertical towers, industrial rhythms, and electric frequencies, we began to understand something deeper about urban spaces. The city wasn't just a collection of separate environments. It was a living entity with its own kind of consciousness expressed through interconnected frequencies. Bloody hell, I said during one planning session in Bonnie's lab. It's like what we learned in the natural elements, innit? Everything's connected, just in a different language. We established what we called the grid, a network of recording stations linking our 4 urban sites. The subway tunnel's deep rhythms provided foundation. The skyscraper's vertical harmonics reached skyward. The factory's mechanical pulses added complexity. And the power plant's electromagnetic fields energized everything. Cities are modern elements, Bonnie explained, watching patterns emerge as all 4 locations resonated together. Underground is our earth, skyscrapers are air, factories are fire, and electricity are water. But they're not replacing nature, they're translating it into a new language. Found myself developing playing techniques that could bridge all 4 environments. Each space taught us something different, I said, working with a guitar modified to handle everything from subway vibrations to electromagnetic frequencies. Underground taught us about memory. Height taught us about aspiration. Industry taught us about rhythm. And power taught us about pure energy. The breakthrough came when we attempted simultaneous recording across all 4 sites. Tommy coordinated drummers at each location, creating a rhythm section that spanned the city. Ronnie's bass frequencies linked the spaces on a fundamental level, while Bonnie's equipment translated the city's various voices into a unified harmony. Listen, she said during one session, as patterns aligned across her monitors. The subway rumbles, the skyscraper sways, the machines pulse, and the electrons dance, all in perfect synchronization. The city isn't just making noise, it's telling its story. But as we mastered these urban frequencies, we began noticing something else. Spaces that existed between the active urban rhythms. Abandoned places, forgotten places, transitional places that held their own kind of music. There's another layer to explore, Bonnie said one evening, detecting unusual patterns in spaces we'd previously ignored. Places that exist between what they were and what they'll become. The liminal spaces where transformation happens. Like the spaces between notes in a blues scale, I mused, thinking of old Joe's teachings. Those in-between frequencies where the real story lives. The first liminal space. The abandoned mall stood like a monument to forgotten commerce, its vast spaces holding echoes of thousands of conversations, countless footsteps, infinite small moments of human connection. But something else was happening between Bonnie and me there too, an increasingly difficult to ignore tension that seemed to resonate with the empty spaces around us. Liminal spaces exist between definitions, Bonnie explained, setting up equipment in what had once been a bustling food court. Her fingers brushed against mine as we connected cables, creating a moment of contact that seemed to hum with its own frequency. They're not what they were anymore, but they haven't become what they'll be next, like some other things I could mention. Caught her meaning, but focused on tuning my guitar instead, using concentration on frequencies to avoid the frequencies building between us. The mall's acoustics were unlike anything we'd encountered, not the raw power of nature or the structured resonance of active urban spaces, but something dreamlike, something suspended. We discovered that different areas of the mall held different emotional frequencies. The empty storefronts produced hollow echoes that seemed to capture the essence of absence. The dead escalators frozen between floors created their own kind of suspended harmony. The food court, with its geometric tile patterns, fractured sound into complex mathematical relationships. It's like the space itself is waiting, I observed, watching Bonnie work with the frequencies. She moved with precise grace through her technical process, but I caught her stealing glances when she thought I wasn't looking. Holding its breath between what was and what could be. Some things are worth waiting for, she replied softly, adjusting controls without meeting my eyes. If you're brave enough to face the uncertainty. Tommy and Ronnie exchanged knowing looks as they set up their equipment. The chemistry between Bonnie and me had been building since Bangkok, but something about these transitional spaces seemed to be amplifying it. Our first recording session in the mall revealed something unexpected. The frequencies we captured weren't just echoes or reverberations. They seemed to contain fragments of emotional memory. Joy, sorrow, anticipation, regret, all encoded in the space's acoustic signature. These places remember everything, Bonnie said, showing me the complex waveforms on her screens. We stood close together, closer than strictly necessary for viewing data. Every laugh, every tear, every moment of connection or loss. Nothing really disappears, it just changes form. The silent terminal, the abandoned regional airport stretched out like a frozen moment in time. Check-in counters still displayed long-defunct airline logos. Departure boards held their last posted flights, and gate numbers led to nowhere. For a space designed around constant movement, its stillness carried its own profound weight. Airports are perpetual transition spaces, Bonnie explained, her equipment arranged in the main terminal. Even when they're active, they're about being between places. Now, they're between times too. She glanced at me, adjusting her sensors. Some journeys are harder to start than others. The terminal's architecture created unique acoustic properties. The high ceilings and long corridors produced reverberations that seemed to stretch time itself. Empty gate areas held perfect pockets of silence, while the baggage claim's circular movement pattern generated spiral harmonics. Listen to this, I called, having discovered something in one of the abandoned gates. Bonnie joined me, standing closer than necessary, as I demonstrated how certain notes seemed to hang in the air indefinitely. Our shoulders touched briefly as I adjusted my guitar, and neither of us moved away. The frequencies here, she said, her voice softer than usual. They're like holding patterns, circling around and around, waiting for permission to land. Tommy, setting up his drums in the central atrium, had positioned his kit to take advantage of the space's natural rhythm patterns. Every airport tells stories of meetings and partings, he observed, watching Bonnie and me dance around each other. Some people circle forever, afraid to make their final approach. We discovered that different areas of the airport produce distinct emotional frequencies. The departures level resonated with anticipation and goodbye, while arrivals held echoes of reunion and return. The empty customs area generated strange harmonics that seemed to exist in multiple times simultaneously. Ronnie's bass work mapped these emotional territories through low-frequency vibrations. Even the foundation remembers, she noted. Every tearful goodbye, every joyful reunion, every missed connection, it's all still here in the frequencies. Our breakthrough came in the control tower. The elevated space provided a perfect vantage point for both recording and reflection. As sunset painted the abandoned runways in gold, Bonnie and I found ourselves working in close proximity, surrounded by dead radar screens and silent radio equipment. "You know what's maddening about liminal spaces?" Bonnie asked, adjusting her equipment while hyper-aware of my presence beside her. "They make you acutely conscious of time passing, of moments slipping away." "Some moments," I replied, my fingers finding notes that seemed to capture the exact frequency of unspoken feelings, "are worth waiting for, even if the waiting feels like being suspended between departure and arrival." The digital graveyard. The abandoned data center hummed with phantom electricity, endless rows of empty server racks stretching into darkness like a technological cathedral. Even powered down, the space held a different kind of memory. Digital ghosts in the machine, billions of forgotten ones, and zeros still somehow present in the air. "Digital spaces store memories differently," Bonnie said, her equipment picking up residual electromagnetic patterns. "Not like organic memory, not like physical spaces, but something in between." She paused, aware of me watching her work. "Some things can't be stored in any database though. Some frequencies only exist in the space between two people." The center's architecture created unprecedented acoustic conditions. The raised floors carried vibrations in mathematical patterns, while the precision-cooled air still moved through hidden currents, creating its own kind of digital wind. Server racks became resonating chambers, each aisle its own frequency corridor. "It's like a library of ghost frequencies," I observed, my guitar picking up harmonics from the dead equipment. I'd been finding excuses to work closer to Bonnie's station, our instruments beginning to speak to each other in ways that mirrored our unspoken connection. All this technology designed to process information, but some things can't be reduced to binary. Tommy discovered that the data center's strict grid layout created perfect geometric relationships for rhythm. "Even chaos follows patterns here," he said, watching Bonnie and my increasingly complex orbital dance around each other. "But sometimes the most important data can't be processed, only felt." Ronnie's bass work found new dimensions in this digital space. The low frequencies interacted with the raised floor's infrastructure, creating standing waves that mapped the building's nervous system. "Every space tells its story," she noted. "But here, the stories are encoded in a language we're just beginning to understand." We began detecting patterns that defied conventional explanation. Certain areas of the facility generated frequencies that seemed to exist in digital space rather than physical space. Empty server racks produced harmonics that matched ancient mathematical ratios. Defunct cooling systems created rhythms that synchronized with human brainwave patterns. "Look at this," Bonnie called, her screens showing complex waveforms. I moved behind her, close enough that she could feel my presence as we studied the data. These patterns, they're like emotional algorithms, as if the space learned to process feelings from all the human information it once contained. Some things can't be processed, I replied softly, my guitar finding notes that seemed to speak directly to the tension between us. They have to be experienced in real time, in real space. Our breakthrough came in the facility's core, surrounded by the main server banks. The space created perfect acoustic conditions for capturing what we call digital memories, frequencies that existed somewhere between electronic and organic, between processed and felt. The final carnival. The abandoned Six Flags loomed in twilight, its silent rides reaching toward the darkening sky like frozen prayers. Roller coasters traced complex geometries against the clouds, while the empty midway held echoes of a million moments of joy now turned to shadow. For our final liminal exploration, this meeting of wonder and decay seemed perfectly appropriate. They're like thunderstorms circling each other, Ronnie murmured to Tommy as they watched Bonnie and me set up equipment near the carousel. All that energy, all that potential, and neither one willing to be the lightning that strikes first. The park's various zones created distinct acoustic environments. The roller coasters became giant steel instruments, their tracks carrying vibrations for hundreds of feet. The funhouse mirrors distorted sound as well as light, creating acoustic illusions that matched their visual ones. The carousel's circular structure generated perfect orbital harmonics. The frequencies here are different, Bonnie explained, her hands moving across her equipment with practiced precision. Joy and melancholy existing in the same moment, like, she trailed off, catching my reflection in a warped funhouse mirror. Like some other things we could mention, Tommy observed quietly to Ronnie as they set up the drum kit. Those two have been riding their own emotional roller coaster since Bangkok. Found myself drawn to the highest point of the abandoned wooden coaster. The structure creaked in the wind, creating its own kind of music. Up here, I called down to Bonnie. The whole park becomes an instrument. Every ride, every space, playing together. We discovered that different attractions held different emotional frequencies. The Ferris wheel, frozen mid-rotation, produced perfect circles of sound that spiraled outward like ripples in time. The log flume's empty channel carried whispers of past laughter in its curved concrete. The bumper car arena held static charges that seemed to respond to human presence. It's like emotional electricity, Tommy said during a break, nodding toward the increasingly obvious chemistry between us. You can feel it building up, just waiting for the right moment to discharge. Our breakthrough came at midnight in the heart of the park. The full moon illuminated the space like a spotlight, creating shadows that seemed to dance to frequencies only we could hear. Bonnie and I found ourselves working in such close synchronization that our instruments began creating patterns neither had intended. Sometimes, Ronnie whispered to Tommy, the most dangerous thing isn't what people do, it's what they don't do until it's almost too late. The storm breaks. The storm that had been threatening all evening finally rolled in, turning the abandoned park into a landscape of lightning-lit shadows and thunder-shaken steel. But the real storm had been building much longer, through empty malls and silent airports, through dead servers and frozen rides. The frequencies are aligning, Bonnie said, her equipment picking up patterns that seemed to bridge all our liminal explorations. She stood in the carousel center, surrounded by forgotten horses frozen mid-gallop. It's like all these spaces are speaking at once. Like they're trying to tell us something, I replied, my guitar finding harmonies with the thunder. Found myself moving closer to her station, drawn by more than just the music we were creating. Been watching them dance around each other through 4 different dead spaces, Ronnie said to Tommy as they monitored their instruments. You'd think after mapping all these transitions, they'd recognize one when they're in it. Tommy nodded, his drums picking up vibrations from the approaching storm. Sometimes the most profound liminal space is the one between 2 hearts. The storm intensified, but none of us suggested stopping. The lightning turned the roller coaster tracks into momentary rivers of light, while thunder shook new frequencies from the park's sleeping structures. Our equipment began picking up unprecedented patterns, mall echoes mixing with airport harmonics, data center frequencies merging with carnival acoustics. All these places, Bonnie said, her voice barely audible above the storm. They're about moments of transition, things ending, things beginning. She looked up at me, finally meeting my eyes directly. Things waiting to be brave enough to change, I finished, letting my guitar fall silent. Lightning struck the highest point of the roller coaster, sending electrical harmonics through every steel structure in the park. Our equipment captured it all, not just the physical energy, but something deeper, as if the shock had broken open some barrier between spaces, between times, between hearts. In that moment of illumination, Bonnie and I finally moved toward each other, our personal frequency finding its resolution. The kiss, when it came, seemed to generate its own kind of music. Every screen in her setup lit up with new patterns, while my guitar, untouched, began resonating with sympathetic vibrations. The liminal spaces, Tommy observed quietly. They're not just about being between what was and what will be. They're about the moment of transformation itself. Look at the readings, Ronnie said, checking their instruments. Every frequency we've recorded, from every abandoned space, they're all harmonizing, like they were all leading to this moment. When thunder speaks. The storm intensified over the abandoned park, but the real electricity wasn't in the sky. In the control room of the highest roller coaster, Bonnie and I worked to capture the harmonics of steel and lightning, our instruments creating patterns neither had intended. These readings, Bonnie said, her voice carrying an undertone that had nothing to do with technical analysis. They're showing frequencies we've never seen before, like the storm is playing frequencies we've been too cautious to explore. Some frequencies, I replied, moving closer to check her screens, take time to find their right moment, like waiting for the perfect resonance. Tommy's voice crackled over our comms from his station below. Sometimes the most powerful harmonics come from the spaces between notes. There was a knowing quality to his tone that made both of us smile. Or the space between 2 people, Ronnie added, her bass frequencies carrying a hint of encouragement. Lightning struck closer now, illuminating us in stark relief. I saw Bonnie in these flashes, really saw her, beyond our years of careful professional distance. Her hands moved across her equipment with the same grace that had first caught my attention in Bangkok. But now every movement seemed to draw me closer. You know what I've learned about frequencies? Bonnie asked, turning to face me. They're really just different forms of courage. Sound brave enough to cross space, to enter silence, to change everything they touch. Like the courage to finally speak truth. My guitar hung forgotten at my side, the storm providing all the music we needed. Or to finally hear it, she replied. Thunder rolled through the structure beneath us, setting off harmonics in every steel beam and cable. Bonnie's equipment registered complex new patterns, but neither of us was watching the screens anymore. Down below, Ronnie nudged Tommy. Feel that shift in the bass frequencies, like the whole park is holding its breath. Our first kiss carried the same electric charge as the storm around them. Years of unspoken feelings, of carefully maintained professional distance, of frequencies held in check, all released in a moment that seemed to bend time itself. New frequencies. In the storm's aftermath, the abandoned park felt different, as if the lightning had recharged every dormant frequency. But the real change was in the space between Bonnie and me, where years of careful distance had collapsed into something new and unexplored. The frequencies are different now, Bonnie said, studying readings that showed patterns she'd never seen before. Her free hand found mine as we worked, the contact as natural as breathing. It's like every space we've recorded is speaking in new harmonies. Some barriers, Tommy said to Ronnie as they watched us work, once broken, transform everything they were holding apart. Look at how the sound moves differently between them now. The park's various attractions seemed to respond to the shift in energy. The roller coaster's track vibrations merged with carousel harmonics in ways they hadn't before. The Ferris wheel's circular frequencies found perfect synchronization with our heartbeats. Even the empty midway held new acoustic properties, as if the space itself was celebrating the change. It's not just their instruments talking to each other anymore, Ronnie observed. Her bass picking up harmonics that flowed between my guitar and Bonnie's synthesizers. Every frequency they create now carries the memory of that lightning strike, that moment of finally being brave enough to change. We began revisiting recording spots throughout the park, finding that each space responded differently to our new dynamic. The funhouse mirrors now reflected sound in perfect harmony rather than distortion. The bumper car arena's static electricity formed patterns that matched our combined frequencies. You know what's mental? I said during one particularly intense session, watching Bonnie work in perfect synchronization with my playing. All those years of being Bobbie Dangerous, I was trying to find new ways to risk my life. But this is proper dangerous, risking something far more precious than just a body. It's like what old Joe always said, Bonnie replied, her fingers dancing across her keyboards while her other hand rested near mine. The real danger isn't in what you might lose, it's in what you might become. The deepest frequency. After the storm, we found ourselves in Bonnie's private studio above the chamber, where frequency patterns from all our recordings covered the walls like abstract art. The space hummed with familiar harmonics, cave resonance, desert wind, mountain air, deep water rhythms, urban pulses, and liminal echoes. Every frequency we've discovered, Bonnie said softly, her fingers trailing across her keyboards one last time before turning to face me fully. They were all leading to this moment, weren't they? Like the spaces between notes in a blues scale, I replied, the guitar forgotten by the door. Those in-between frequencies where the real truth lives. Our first real kiss in private carried all the weight of years of waiting, of carefully maintained distance, of professional respect, holding back something deeper. The frequencies in the room seemed to shift and change around us, responding to energies more profound than sound. The readings, Tommy noted in the chamber below, watching his monitors. Everything's harmonizing in ways we've never seen. About time, Ronnie replied, her bass picking up new undertones. Those two have been playing around the same note for years. In the studio, each piece of clothing removed revealed new harmonies. Skin against skin created frequencies our instruments had never captured. Every touch, every breath, every heartbeat added to a symphony of connection that had nothing to do with our usual technical precision. Some music, I whispered against her neck, can't be recorded or analyzed. Only felt, Bonnie finished, pulling me closer. Their union was like all our recordings combined. The raw power of natural elements, the structured rhythm of urban spaces, the transformative energy of liminal zones. Every frequency we'd ever studied seemed to flow through our connection. But in the aftermath, as we lay tangled in each other's arms, reality began to seep back in. The chamber below hummed with familiar frequencies, reminding us of everything we'd built, everything we'd discovered, everything that depended on our perfect professional harmony. The sacred gifts. After choosing the band over their deepening feelings, Bonnie and I threw ourselves into our work with almost desperate intensity. But the frequencies between us had changed, not diminished, but transformed into something that hummed with unresolved potential. Aurora St. Clair entered our world like a meteor, a French-American visual artist whose installations challenged the boundary between sight and sound. She approached the band about creating immersive environments for our performances, but her real impact was the way she awakened something in me that I thought I'd carefully buried. "She's like you used to be," Ronnie observed quietly to me, watching Aurora scale a lighting rig to adjust a projection. All wild energy and beautiful danger. At the same time, Dr. Maya Chen arrived to study our frequency work. A quantum physicist with a revolutionary approach to sound waves, she connected with Bonnie on an intellectual level that quickly became something deeper. The mathematics of emotion, Maya would say, working late with Bonnie on new frequency equations. That's what you've really discovered here. Tommy watched it all during meditation sessions, noting how the frequencies in the chamber shifted as these new relationships developed. Some people, he told Ronnie, try to solve internal harmonies with external noise. Aurora matched my old wildness in ways that both thrilled and unsettled me. She would climb structures to get the perfect angle, push boundaries that reminded me of my beautiful disasters days. Every time she took a risk, I saw echoes of who I used to be, both the excitement and the underlying escape it represented. Meanwhile, Maya's scientific precision complemented Bonnie's technical approach perfectly. They spoke the same language of quantum mechanics and wave theory, finding romance in mathematical patterns. But something was missing in the pure rationality of their connection. During production meetings, the tension became increasingly obvious. Bonnie would criticize Aurora's visual concepts, her comments carrying undertones that had nothing to do with technical concerns. I'd make sarcastic remarks about Maya's scientific approach, each observation edged with something deeper than professional disagreement. "Watch their frequencies when they're all in the same room," Ronnie said to Tommy. "It's like watching 4 storms circle each other, none of them in their natural pattern. When storms collide." The tension built during our most ambitious show yet, a performance at the chamber that would combine Aurora's visual installations with Maya's quantum frequency theories. The space hummed with competing energies, both technical and emotional. Aurora had transformed the chamber into a living canvas. Projections mapped the exact geometries of sound, while suspended mirrors caught and reflected both light and frequency. She worked with the same reckless grace that had first drawn me to her, climbing to dangerous heights to perfect each angle. "Your artist," Bonnie said during setup, the words carrying more weight than their surface meaning, "seems determined to push every boundary. Like your scientist isn't trying to reduce everything we do to equations," I replied, watching Maya calibrate her instruments with meticulous precision. Tommy and Ronnie exchanged knowing looks as they prepared their instruments. The Frequencies in here, Tommy observed. They're all fighting against their natural resonance. Maya had developed new theories about how our frequencies interacted with consciousness itself. Her equipment filled one section of the chamber, attempting to quantify what had always been more felt than measured. But each time she announced a breakthrough, I'd find some flaw in the practical application. Some things can't be captured in formulas, I said after one particularly heated discussion, my words clearly aimed beyond the technical debate. Aurora, balancing on a high scaffold to adjust a crucial projection, cooled down, and some things can't be contained in safe little boxes of theory and calculation. The breaking point came during the show itself. Aurora had designed a sequence where frequencies would become visible as patterns of light throughout the chamber. Maya's equipment would capture and analyze these patterns in real time. But as the frequencies built, something unexpected happened. Bonnie and my music began creating harmonics that defied Maya's calculations while transforming Aurora's visuals in ways she hadn't planned. Our instruments spoke to each other with an intimacy that no external relationship could match. "Look at their wavelengths," Ronnie whispered to Tommy. "No matter how far they try to pull apart, they keep finding the same frequency." Aurora recognized it first. Standing high above the performance, she watched me play with an intensity that had nothing to do with her carefully designed visuals. "You're not really dangerous anymore," she said later that night. "You're just playing a role we both know isn't real." In her lab, Maya reached a similar conclusion with Bonnie. "We're like opposing wavelengths," she explained, her scientific mind finding the perfect metaphor. Fascinating to study, but ultimately destructive when combined. The heart's frequency. After Aurora and Maya's departures, the chamber felt different, as if the competing energies that had filled the space had finally cleared, leaving only the most fundamental frequencies. The band took a week's break, letting the dust settle and the truth emerge. I retreated to my private studio in the chamber's lower level, supposedly to work on new material. But my guitar spoke more of questions than answers, each note carrying the weight of realizations I could no longer avoid. Bonnie isolated herself in her lab, surrounded by equipment that could measure everything except what mattered most. Her screens displayed perfect wave patterns, while her heart created frequencies no instrument could capture. "They're both hiding," Ronnie observed to Tommy during a late-night session, "but their frequencies keep reaching for each other anyway. Listen to how his guitar line always finds the spaces in her synthesizer work, even when they're playing separately." The truth found us at 3 a.m. in the chamber's heart. Bonnie had been working late, trying to make sense of data that seemed to defy analysis. The sound of my guitar drew her down, its frequencies calling to something deeper than science. "Your scientist really had you speaking a different language for a while," I said when she entered, not looking up from my strings. "Like you weren't showing off for your artist every chance you got," Bonnie replied, moving to her keyboards but not turning them on. "Might have been a bit obvious about that." My smile held self-awareness rather than defense. About as obvious as me criticizing every one of her visual designs. Bonnie's fingers traced patterns on silent keys. Tommy and Ronnie, drawn by the late-night frequencies, watched quietly from the doorway. "Sometimes," Tommy whispered, "the most complex harmonies come from the simplest truths." Drove me proper mental, I admitted, finally looking up at Bonnie, seeing you with her. All that quantum whatever. You think watching you climb scaffolding with Miss Avant-Garde was easy? There was no bitterness in Bonnie's voice now, only honesty. We tried to find in them what we were afraid to find in each other, she continued softly. Safer to risk the wrong frequency than risk the perfect one. When truth resonates. In the chamber's deepest hour, surrounded by instruments that had captured every kind of frequency except the one that mattered most, Bonnie and I finally faced what we'd been dancing around since Bangkok. We tried replacing it with other frequencies, Bonnie said, her hands moving across her keyboards, creating harmonics that spoke of both loss and discovery. Aurora's wild energy, Maya's mathematical precision. But they were just echoes, I finished, my guitar finding notes that wove through her electronic patterns, trying to recreate something that already existed between us. Tommy and Ronnie remained in the doorway, silent witnesses to a moment they'd seen building for years. The frequencies are finally aligning, Ronnie whispered. Listen to how their sounds aren't fighting anymore. The music that emerged between us was unlike anything we'd created before. Not the raw passion of our first night together. Not the careful distance we'd maintained since, but something that acknowledged both while finding a new harmony. We chose the band, I said, my playing growing softer but more intense. Chose the music over ourselves, but maybe that wasn't the right question. Maybe, Bonnie replied, her frequencies matching mine perfectly. The real question is how to let both exist without destroying either. Our instruments spoke to each other with increasing intimacy, creating patterns that seemed to map possible futures. Tommy's drums joined softly, providing foundation for our exploration. Ronnie's bass added depth that helped shape the emerging harmony. The band isn't separate from what's between us, Bonnie realized, watching new patterns form on her screens. It's part of it, like different frequencies of the same fundamental tone. We tried to keep them apart, I said, understanding flowing through my music. The personal and the professional, but they've always been the same song. Our first kiss since that stormy night carried all our accumulated wisdom. Not a desperate grasp at forbidden connection, but a recognition of something that had always been part of our music's DNA. Some frequencies, Tommy observed softly to Ronnie, need time to find their perfect resonance. The band's sound evolved that night into something even richer. Bonnie and my connection didn't overwhelm the group's harmony. It enhanced it, adding depths we'd been afraid to explore. When hearts find rhythm, the chamber's resonance changed after that night. It wasn't just the frequencies we created, it was how we created them. Bonnie and my connection became another instrument in our arsenal, as natural as Tommy's drums or Ronnie's bass. It's like watching two storms learn to dance together, Ronnie observed during rehearsal, as my guitar and Bonnie's synthesizers wove patterns that seemed to complete each other's musical thought. Not fighting for dominance anymore, just creating perfect weather. We developed a way of working that honored both our personal and professional connection. During sessions, our instruments spoke with an intimacy that enhanced rather than distracted from the band's overall sound. In private moments, we found that our deepening relationship actually strengthened our musical exploration. The frequencies are different now, Tommy noted one morning, watching us work. Not just between them, but in how they interact with everything else. Like they found a way to be both ocean and shore, both separate and connected. Our music evolved in unexpected ways. Songs we'd written during our period of careful distance took on new meanings. Pieces created during our time with Aurora and Maya transformed into something more honest. New compositions emerged that captured both the power and subtlety of our connection. We spent so much time afraid of disrupting the band's harmony, Bonnie said during a late-night recording session, her hands moving across her keyboards while maintaining perfect awareness of my guitar work. We didn't realize our connection was always meant to be part of it. Like trying to play a chord while muting one of its essential notes, I agreed. My music flowing naturally with hers. The frequency was always there. We just had to learn how to let it ring true. The band's dynamic strengthened rather than suffered. Tommy and Ronnie found their own parts enriched by the honest energy flowing between us. The four of us discovered new depths in our musical exploration, as if a crucial frequency had finally been unmuted. Some harmonies, Tommy said during meditation, can only be found when every note is allowed to be fully itself. Evolution's dance. Their newfound harmony opened doors they hadn't known existed. The frequencies they discovered in natural elements, urban spaces, and liminal zones began speaking in new ways, as if responding to the authentic energy now flowing between all four band members. Late one night in the chamber, as Bonnie and I worked on a new composition, something unprecedented emerged. Our instruments created patterns that seemed to exist in multiple spaces simultaneously. Cave depths and skyscraper heights, desert heat and digital cold, mountain air and urban pulse. Listen to this, Bonnie said, her screen showing impossible harmonics. It's like every frequency we've ever recorded is finding new ways to dance together. Her hand found mine as we studied the patterns, the contact as natural as our music. They're not just combining, Ronnie noted, her bass picking up undertones that defied conventional understanding. They're evolving into something entirely new. Tommy's meditation practice had given him unique insight into the band's transformation. When hearts align properly, he observed, everything around them finds its true rhythm. Our recording sessions took on an almost ceremonial quality. Each piece became an exploration, not just of sound, but of connection, between elements, between spaces, between souls. The music we created carried both scientific precision and emotional truth, technical mastery and raw feeling. We were trying so hard to categorize everything, Bonnie reflected, watching new patterns emerge on her monitors. Natural frequencies, urban frequencies, liminal frequencies, but they're all just different expressions of the same fundamental truth. Like us, I added, my guitar finding harmonies that seem to bridge all our discoveries. Professional, personal, musical, emotional, all part of the same song. The chamber itself seemed to respond to our evolution. Spaces that had been dedicated to specific types of recording began blending their properties. The cave room carried urban echoes. The digital space held natural resonance. The industrial zone sang with liminal frequencies. They found what we've been searching for all along, Ronnie said softly to Tommy as they watched us work. The point where all frequencies become one frequency, where all songs become one song. Our music began drawing increasingly diverse audiences. Scientists came for the mathematical patterns, spiritualists for the harmonic truth, musicians for the technical innovation, but all found something deeper, a reminder that love and creation, passion and precision, personal and universal, could all exist in perfect balance. The new tensions. The energy between Bonnie and me had shifted after that night in the chamber, our arguments becoming more playful, our musical collaboration deeper. But life has a way of testing new harmony, doesn't it? During a show in Phoenix, everything started falling apart. Some pissed up wanker in the crowd began heckling, making proper nasty jokes about addiction and sobriety. I saw Tommy's face change, that mask of Buddhist calm cracking like thin ice. Bloody hell, I muttered, watching our usually peaceful drummer vault over his kit mid-song, drumsticks clattering to the stage. Security barely reached him before he got to the heckler. Found him backstage later, sitting in lotus position but shaking like a leaf. "I've been so focused on peace," he whispered. "I forgot about the war inside me." Bonnie and I exchanged worried looks. We'd never seen Tommy like this. Years of buried rage finally breaking through his carefully constructed serenity. His hands trembled as he held his prayer beads. "You know what this reminds me of?" I said softly, sitting beside him. "Bangkok, when you helped me face my own demons. Maybe it's time we helped you face yours." That night changed something in Tommy's playing. His drums began carrying controlled fury alongside his usual precision. The peaceful patterns now held storms within them. It was beautiful, but bloody terrifying too, like watching a monk learn to dance with his own darkness. But before we could fully process Tommy's transformation, another earthquake hit. Found Ronnie in the rehearsal space at 4 a.m., playing the same bass line over and over, tears falling on her strings. Her wife of 5 years had been having an affair, wanted a divorce. The band's rock was crumbling. Role reversal. Seeing Ronnie break hit us all like a physical blow. She'd always been our foundation, the steady one, the voice of reason. Now, her bass lines, usually solid as bedrock, became questioning, searching things that broke your heart to hear. "This is proper wrong," I said to Bonnie late that night. "It's like watching Gibraltar crumble." Bonnie didn't hesitate, moved in with Ronnie temporarily, while I started writing these guitar parts that gave her pain somewhere to go. Raw, bluesy lines her bass could answer. Tommy, bless him, still wrestling with his own demons, began guiding her through meditation. "You held us together when we were falling apart," I told Ronnie during one late-night session. "Let us do the same for you." Her playing changed in ways none of us expected. Those steady rhythms that had always anchored our sound became these beautiful, uncertain explorations. Each note carried questions about love, trust, identity. Started calling them her searching frequencies. During the rehearsals, we'd catch her staring at nothing, that same bass line repeating like a broken record. Then suddenly she'd break into something new, these incredible patterns of loss and longing that none of us had heard before. "Look what's happening," Bonnie observed one night, watching her screens. Ronnie's bass frequencies, they're creating completely new harmonic structures, like her pain is teaching her to speak a different language. The music we began writing took on a raw honesty that scared us all a bit. Tommy's drums carried controlled rage. Ronnie's bass spoke of heartbreak, while Bonnie and my parts wove through it all, trying to hold the pieces together. "We're not just playing music anymore," Tommy said during the meditation. "We're mapping the geography of broken hearts." The Houston breakthrough. It all came to a head during a show in Houston. We'd planned our usual set list, all those carefully crafted pieces about frequencies and elements. But something else happened entirely when we took the stage. "Sod the set list," I said into my mic, catching Ronnie's eye. Could see the tears she was holding back. "Tonight, we're playing what's true." What emerged was unlike anything we'd ever created. My guitar and Bonnie's synthesizers weren't just harmonizing anymore. They were having proper conversations about love and fear and trust. Tommy's drums carried this controlled chaos, like a Buddhist learning to embrace his own rage. And Ronnie, Bloody hell, her bass lines cut through everything with pure, unfiltered pain. Listen to what's happening, Bonnie said through our in-ear monitors, her voice full of wonder. Every frequency we've ever mapped, cave resonance, desert heat, mountain air, urban pulse, they're all aligning with our emotions. The audience stood silent, witnessing something none of us had planned. No fancy visuals, no theoretical frameworks, just four people laying their souls bare through sound. Raw, honest, dangerous in a way no stage stunt could ever be. Midway through, Ronnie broke into this bass solo that made people weep. Every note carried the weight of her broken marriage, her shattered trust. Tommy's drums joined in, adding his own battle between peace and fury. Bonnie and I wove around them both, our instruments speaking of how love survives even when everything else falls apart. You know what old Joe would say about this, I said afterward, all of us sitting backstage in emotional exhaustion. He'd say we finally found the frequencies that really matter, the ones that exist between broken hearts and healing souls. The healing frequencies. For 3 weeks after Houston, we holed up in the chamber, letting our masks fall away completely. The music that emerged wasn't just emotionally raw, it was transformative. We started calling them the Broken Mask Sessions. Tommy's drums found this mental balance between rage and peace. He developed what he called rage meditation, these incredible rhythmic patterns that carried both fury and serenity. The darkness deserves its own voice, he explained during one session. Just got to teach it to sing properly. Ronnie's bass work, bloody hell, it became something else entirely. Instead of holding us steady, she started writing these searching lines that asked impossible questions about love and loss. One piece, Empty Bed Blues, had proper grown men crying in the control room. Never thought heartbreak could sound so beautiful, I said, watching her lay down another soul-crushing track. Pain transforms when you stop hiding it, she replied, fingers dancing across her strings, like you and Bonnie taught me. Speaking of which, Bonnie and my relationship deepened through supporting our mates. We'd stay up late, writing pieces that could hold everyone's healing. Our instruments didn't just speak to each other anymore. They created safe spaces for the whole band to be vulnerable. Listen to these patterns, Bonnie said one night, showing me her screens. Every time we play together now, the frequencies align in ways they never did before. Like honesty itself has its own harmony. The music we were creating wasn't just emotionally complex. It was technically sophisticated in ways we'd never achieved. Pain and joy, darkness and light, all woven together into something we started calling emotional dangerous. Used to think danger was about risking your neck, I told the others during the break. Now I realize it's about risking your heart. Dangerous frequencies. The album concept hit me like lightning during one late night session. We've mapped every kind of frequency, I told the band, sketching on a napkin. Natural, urban, liminal, but the most dangerous ones have been inside us all along. The cover art became iconic. Me standing amid swirling, visible sound waves, crisscrossed not with ammunition but with strips of oscilloscope readings from our most powerful recordings. Cave harmonics, desert storms, mountain winds, deep water pressure, urban rhythms, and raw emotion, all mapped across my body like battle scars. Proper Michael Jackson meets quantum mechanics in it, I grinned, but Bonnie saw deeper. Look at these patterns, she said, studying the frequency strips. Each one represents a moment where we risked everything, not just physically, but emotionally. The track listing told our entire journey. Beautiful Disaster, The Old Days remixed with new wisdom. Bangkok Nights, Where Healing Began. Cave Heart, Going Deep. Desert Storm Love, Finding Truth in Extremes. Mountain Prayer, Tommy's Rage Meets Peace. Deep Water Rising, Ronnie's Heartbreak Anthem. Urban Pulse, City Speaking. Digital Ghost, Liminal Spaces. Thunder Kiss, Bonnie and My Storm. Monk's Fury, Tommy's Breakthrough. Sister's Pain, Ronnie's Healing. Dangerous Truth, the band's rebirth. It's not just an album, Tommy observed during mastering. It's a frequency map of souls learning to be honest. The sound was massive, proper stadium filling but intimately vulnerable. Each track layered complex emotional frequencies with our signature elemental harmonics. Critics called it a quantum leap in rock evolution. The impact. Dangerous frequencies hit the world like a sonic bomb. First week out, it didn't just top charts. It redefined what people thought music could do. The frequencies we'd mapped resonated with something deep in everyone who listened. Opening track, Beautiful Disaster, set the tone, starting with my old chaos, but transforming halfway through into something more profound. The moment where Ronnie's searching bass line meets Tommy's rage meditation drums sent shivers through whole stadiums. Bangkok Nights brought people to tears, especially when Bonnie's quantum frequencies merged with my blues guitar. One reviewer wrote, "It's like hearing someone learn to live again in real time." But it was Deep Water Rising that became the album's heart. Ronnie's bass work on that track, bloody hell. The way her personal pain merged with our underwater recordings created something unprecedented. People started calling it quantum blues, science and soul becoming one thing. "Look at these readings," Bonnie said during our first stadium show, watching her screens light up with audience response patterns. The crowd isn't just hearing the frequencies, they're resonating with them, like the music is teaching them how to feel things they've been afraid to feel. The cover art became bigger than we'd imagined. Started seeing people at shows with oscilloscope patterns tattooed across their bodies, each frequency strip representing their own battles and breakthroughs. "It's proper mental," I told Ronnie, watching the crowd mirror her bass frequencies back to her during Sister's Pain. We set out to map the music of the world, but we ended up mapping the human heart instead. Tommy's Monk's Fury became an anthem for anyone wrestling with their own darkness. The way his drums balanced violence and peace spoke to something universal. "Sometimes healing means learning to let both sides play together," he explained in an interview. The weight of truth. The success of Dangerous Frequencies brought its own kind of pressure. Hard to stay vulnerable when the whole world's watching, innit? Each show felt like walking a tightrope between raw honesty and public spectacle. "It's different now," I said to Bonnie late one night in the chamber. "When we first mapped these frequencies, it was just us exploring. Now, millions of people are resonating with our personal pain. Feels proper heavy sometimes." The size of the shows kept growing. Stadiums, festivals, even a special performance at Royal Albert Hall, where my mum sat in the front row watching her son finally combine his posh piano training with deep blues truth. "Your frequencies have changed again," Bonnie noted during soundcheck at Wembley, studying her screens. "There's this new pattern emerging, like the weight of responsibility is creating its own harmonics." Ronnie felt it too. Her bass lines, though still carrying that beautiful uncertainty, began taking on a healing quality. People would come up after shows, telling her how sister's pain had given them strength through their own divorces. "Never thought my heartbreak would become someone else's medicine," she said, restringing her bass before a show in Berlin. "Bit terrifying that." Tommy's journey became a sort of template for others. His combination of rage and peace, darkness and light, showed people a new way to be whole. Started getting letters from recovering addicts who found hope in Monk's fury. "The most dangerous frequency," he observed during meditation, "is the one that reminds other people of their own truth." The resonant truth. Stadium shows took on an almost ceremonial quality, not just concerts anymore, but mass experiments in shared honesty. Each frequency we'd mapped, from cave depths to urban heights, from broken hearts to healing souls, found its mirror in the crowd. "Watch this," Bonnie said during our Madison Square Garden show, the same venue that had once burned down around the beautiful disasters. When Ronnie plays Sister's Pain, the audience's frequency patterns exactly match her original recording from that 4 a.m. session. They're not just listening to her heartbreak, they're feeling it in their bones. The pressure to maintain this level of truth started wearing on us though. After one particularly intense show in Paris, found myself missing the simple danger of my old stunts. At least back then, only my neck was on the line. "Having second thoughts?" Tommy asked, finding me on the venue roof staring at the city lights. "Just wondering," I replied, "if we've traded one kind of mask for another. Everyone expects us to be these proper, emotional prophets now. What happens when we just want to play some bloody rock and roll?" Ronnie joined us, her bass slung across her back. "Maybe that's the next frequency we need to map, the space between being artists and being healers." The real challenge came during the Asian leg of the tour. In Bangkok, where it had all started, the weight of expectation felt heaviest. The Temple of Digital Dreams had been rebuilt specially for our return. Mai Chen still running things with that knowing smile. "Your frequencies," she said during soundcheck, "they carry more than music now. They carry hope. That's the most dangerous thing of all. The sacred burden." The Bangkok show nearly broke us. Standing on that stage where my recovery began, feeling the weight of 10,000 people's pain and hope. It was like trying to play guitar with the whole world's expectations strapped to my fingers. "Something's wrong," Bonnie said through our in-ear monitors, her screens showing chaotic patterns. "We're trying too hard to be what they need. The frequencies are fighting each other." Halfway through Deep Water Rising, Ronnie suddenly stopped playing, just stood there, tears streaming down her face, her bass silent for the first time since we'd started touring. The crowd held its breath. "I can't," she whispered. "Can't carry everyone's heartbreak tonight. Too heavy." That's when something proper magical happened. From the audience, a single bass line rose up, someone playing Sister's Pain on their phone. Then another joined and another. Soon the whole venue was humming with Ronnie's own healing frequencies played back to her by the crowd. Tommy's drums fell silent too, then Bonnie's synthesizers. I let my guitar fade. For 5 minutes we just stood there, listening to our own pain and healing reflected back at us through thousands of voices. "Listen," Mai said afterward, finding us backstage. "The most powerful frequencies aren't the ones you create. They're the ones you help others find in themselves." That night changed everything. We realized we'd gotten it backward, trying to be healers instead of just being honest about our own healing. "We're not bloody prophets," I told the band during our late night meeting. "We're just people who learn to map the music of truth. Maybe that's enough." The personal storm. When things get too good, I always think to myself, I know something's up, what could be next? News of Dad's heart attack hit me in Tokyo. After years of barely speaking, suddenly there I was, staring at my phone, reading a text from Mom that shattered my world. "He's asking for you, darling. He wants to play Mario one last time." That last bit broke me. Memories flooded back, sitting cross-legged on the carpet with him, both of us cheering when we'd catch a power star. The only time he'd ever let his corporate mask slip, those black-eyed stars making him human. I disappeared that night. The band found my hotel room empty, a half-finished bottle of whiskey on the floor. Old habits, reaching for me like familiar ghosts. "He's in Deep Ellum," Bonnie told the others. She knew me too well. Where it all started. They found me in the blue room, proper wasted, trying to play Old Joe's Blues, but my fingers wouldn't cooperate. 3 months of sobriety gone in a night of pain. "This isn't you anymore," Ronnie said, taking the bottle from my shaking hands. "Isn't it?" I laughed bitterly. "Bobbie Dangerous, innit? Always finding new ways to self-destruct." But the band had been preparing something. They'd been working in secret with master luthiers and frequency specialists, creating an instrument that could help anchor their discovered truths in physical form. When I was steady again, they brought me to the chamber. There, in the space where elements merged, they presented me with something extraordinary. A guitar that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The body was crafted from woods treated with elements from each recording site. The hardware was engineered to respond to the frequencies we'd discovered. And the finish, a reverse Bape Mario star pattern that seemed to shift and move in the chamber's light. Because even in the darkest moments, Bonnie explained, stars show us the way home. The sacred gifts. After that night, something in me broke open. Not in destruction this time, but in revelation. I disappeared into my workshop for weeks, emerging only to gather materials from our recording sites. When I finally came out, I carried 3 instruments that seemed to glow with their own inner light. For Bonnie, the Quantum Monk, a synthesizer built with crystals from the cave systems, its circuits designed to translate Earth's frequencies into sound. When she first touched it, frequencies we'd never detected before filled the space. "This isn't just a synthesizer," she whispered, her fingers tracing the crystalline patterns. "It's a bridge between worlds." For Tommy, the element's voice, a drum set that looked like it had been grown rather than built. Each piece was crafted from wood and metal that had been buried at our recording site, soaking in elemental energies. The skins had been treated with water from our deep sessions. Even without being played, the drums pulsed with subtle rhythms. For Ronnie, the Foundation Walker, a bass that held all 4 elements in perfect balance. Its body contained water from the deep sessions. Its core was infused with desert sand. Mountain air pressure was sealed in its chambers, and cave crystals were inlaid along its neck. The first note she played on it made the entire chamber resonate. Each instrument, I explained, running my hand along my reverse Bape Mario Star guitar's shifting surface, is both independent and connected, like constellation points in a larger harmonic universe. The instruments weren't just tools, they were transformations, evolutionary leaps. Just as Dad's Mario games had shown me a father behind the businessman, these instruments would help us find music behind the frequencies, truth behind the patterns. "Look how they respond to each other," Bonnie said, watching patterns form on her screens as our new instruments spoke for the first time. "It's like they're remembering something ancient while creating something completely new. When magic calls, The first hints of something beyond our current understanding came during a late-night session in the chamber. All our various recording spaces were active simultaneously: natural, urban, and liminal frequencies, all flowing together in new harmonies. But our instruments, advanced as they were, seemed to be reaching for something more. "There's something more," Bonnie said, frowning at readings that pushed beyond her equipment's capacity to measure. "Like we're touching the edge of frequencies that want to be heard, but we don't have the right tools to hear them." I felt it in my reverse bass Mario Star guitar, notes that wanted to exist but couldn't quite manifest through conventional strings and pickups. "It's like trying to speak a language we can feel but haven't learned yet," I said, my fingers finding shapes that almost captured these new harmonics. Tommy and Ronnie experienced similar limitations. The element's voice couldn't quite capture the rhythms that seemed to exist just beyond perception. The foundation walker picked up hints of frequencies that disappeared when directly approached. "The music is evolving faster than our instruments," Ronnie observed during a break. "Like we've opened the door to something our current tools weren't designed to handle." Old Joe's final words began echoing in our memories. The old ones, they left something, hidden in plain sight. Instruments that... His unfinished message seemed to carry new significance now that our understanding had deepened. "Maybe he wasn't talking about finding existing instruments," Bonnie said one evening, her quantum monk humming with unusual patterns. "Maybe he was trying to tell us how to create new ones." The idea took root in all of us. Our combined experiences, mastering natural elements, urban spaces, and liminal zones, along with our newly harmonized personal dynamics, had prepared us for something more profound. "Every space we've recorded," Tommy reflected during meditation, "every frequency we've discovered, every barrier we've overcome, they're all pieces of a larger pattern." The instruments awaken. Late one night in the chamber, something unprecedented occurred. The reverse Bape Star guitar's patterns started creating visible frequencies in the air, not just sound waves, but actual ripples in reality that carried both light and music. The star's eyes seemed to watch with ancient wisdom as childhood memory and cosmic power merged into something new. "Look at these readings," Bonnie said, her quantum monk picking up patterns that shouldn't have been possible. "It's like we're not just playing music anymore. We're speaking directly to the fabric of reality itself." The element's voice responded with rhythms that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Tommy found his drums could create patterns that affected not just sound, but time and space around them. "Each beat," he explained, "opens doorways to frequencies we never knew existed." Through the foundation walker, Ronnie discovered bassline harmonics that seemed to underlie not just music, but existence itself. "These aren't just sound waves," she said, her basslines mapping new territories of possibility. "They're the rhythms that hold reality together." The Power Star's transformative quality, embedded in my guitar, became more than metaphor. Just as it had once made Mario invincible, it now seemed to make music itself invulnerable to normal limitations. Notes could hold impossible durations. Harmonies could exist between existing frequencies. Rhythms could fold time back on itself. "Remember when we thought we were just pushing musical boundaries?" I asked, watching starlight patterns dance between my guitar strings. "Now we're finding out that music itself might be bigger than we ever imagined." The chamber's various recording spaces began responding in ways that defied explanation. Natural elements, urban rhythms, and liminal frequencies all seemed to be speaking a new language through these instruments, one that carried meaning beyond sound. The Awakening show, Madison Square Garden again, proper fitting that. The same venue that had burned down around the beautiful disasters would now witness something entirely new. You could feel the tension in the air as we set up our legendary instruments, each one seeming to pulse with its own inner light. Bloody hell, I whispered, watching the reverse Bape Mario Stars pattern shift beneath the stage lights. Anyone else feel like we're about to do something that can't be undone? Bonnie's Quantum Monk began creating visible harmonics even before we started playing, its crystalline circuits responding to the crowd's energy. These readings, she said, studying her screens, they're unlike anything we've ever seen. It's like the instruments are already talking to each other. Tommy's Elements voice drums started resonating with the building structure itself, each piece finding its harmonic match in the architecture. The space remembers, he said quietly. It remembers the fire, the chaos, but now it's ready for transformation. Ronnie's foundation. Walker was actually affecting gravity around her. Subtle changes that made the air feel thicker, more alive. We're not just playing music tonight, she observed. We're about to rewrite what's possible. The moment we began playing, something extraordinary happened. The reverse Bape star's eyes started glowing with actual starlight. Each note creating visible waves of harmonic energy that rolled through the crowd. People later said they could see their own memories in those waves. Joy, pain, love, loss, all made visible through sound. It's starting, Bonnie called through our monitors, her quantum monk translating these emotional frequencies into patterns of light and color above the audience. The instruments, they're not just playing music, they're playing reality itself. The reality resonance. The show transcended anything we'd ever done. My guitar's power star body began pulsing in sync with people's heartbeats, each note creating ripples of visible memory through the crowd. When I played the sequence from Deep Water Rising, actual water condensed in the air, forming patterns that matched our underwater recordings. The frequencies are crossing over. Bonnie's voice carried equal parts wonder and concern through our monitors. Her quantum monk was translating emotional states into visible quantum patterns. Grief appeared as deep blue spirals, joy as golden fractals, love as complex geometries that defied description. Tommy's Elements voice wasn't just keeping rhythm anymore, it was conducting the elements themselves. Each hit on the drums that had soaked in our recording site brought forth its corresponding energy. Cave beats created moments of profound darkness where people faced their depths. Desert rhythms raised the temperature in waves. Mountain patterns made the air thin and clear. Don't fight it, he called to us. The instruments know what they're doing. Ronnie's foundation. Walker began generating standing waves that actually affected the structure of space-time around us. People in the audience reported experiencing moments of their lives simultaneously, past, present, and possible futures, all woven together through her bass lines. Then came the moment that changed everything. During Thunder Kiss, the reverse Bape Star's eyes locked with my own. In that connection, every video game moment with Dad, every blues lesson with Old Joe, every frequency we'd ever mapped, it all collapsed into a single point of perfect harmony. Bobbie, Bonnie's voice carried urgency now. The patterns, they're about to... Before she could finish, reality itself seemed to shift around us. The audience wasn't just watching anymore. They were part of the frequency landscape we'd spent years mapping. Every person in Madison Square Garden became both instrument and musician in a symphony of pure consciousness. The dissolution. Through my guitar's glowing star eyes, I watched reality bend and transform. The boundaries between band and audience, between music and listener, between memory and moment, all of it started to blur into something new and dangerous and beautiful. Bloody hell, I breathed, watching the reverse bape, Mario Star's body, ripple across the entire arena. It's like that first power star with Dad in it, making everything invincible, making everything possible. Bonnie's quantum monk started translating people's deepest memories into visible frequencies. Parents seeing their children's first steps, lovers' first kisses, moments of profound loss and incredible joy. All of it flowing through the air like visible music. The instruments, she called out, her voice tight, with both excitement and fear. They're not just playing anymore, they're remembering everything, all at once. Tommy's Elements voice drums began calling forth not just elemental energies, but the emotional essence of each recording site. People felt the perfect darkness of the caves in their souls, the searing truth of desert heat in their minds, the thin air clarity of mountain peaks in their thoughts. It's like cosmic therapy, Tommy said, his drums painting reality with elemental memories. Everyone's facing their depths and heights at once. Ronnie's foundation. Walker created something unprecedented. Bass lines that literally walked through the foundations of reality. Each note seemed to reveal another layer of existence, another level of truth. But it was when we played Dangerous Truth that everything shifted completely. The reverse Bape Star's eyes began pulsing with the same rhythm as my heartbeat, as my father's heartbeat in his hospital bed across the ocean, as every heartbeat in the room, past and present, joy and grief, all becoming one massive frequency. Hold on, Bonnie warned, her screens showing impossible patterns. Something's about to ignition the convergence. The moment it happened, time seemed to stop. The reverse bape, Mario Star's eyes pulsed with a light that wasn't just light. It was pure memory made visible. Every game of Mario I'd ever played with Dad, every blues lick old Joe taught me, every frequency we'd ever mapped, all converging in a single moment. The patterns, Bonnie shouted over our monitors, her quantum monk creating crystalline structures in the air. They're not just harmonizing anymore, they're evolving. Madison Square Garden itself began to transform. The space where it had once burned now filled with visible frequencies. Fire and rebirth, destruction and creation, all dancing together. Each instrument contributed to this reality-bending symphony. The reverse. Bape. Mario Star shot beams of starlight through the crowd, each person it touched experiencing their own most powerful memories of love and family. Parents held their children tighter, strangers reached for each other's hands, as the power star's energy made everyone momentarily invincible to fear and doubt. It's like the whole world's got a bloody power star, I whispered, watching the pattern spread. The quantum monk translated these emotional tsunamis into visible quantum fields. People saw their own pain and joy as beautiful mathematical patterns in the air. Bonnie's fingers danced across the crystalline keys, each note healing old wounds with new understanding. Tommy's Elements voice drums began speaking in tongues of pure energy. Cave echoes merged with desert winds, mountain air twisted with ocean depths. The elements, he called out, they're remembering how to be one thing again. Ronnie's Foundation Walker sent frequency so deep they seemed to touch the Earth's core. The whole building hummed with harmonic resonance as her bass lines mapped new pathways through reality itself. The peak. Madison Square Garden became a cathedral of pure frequency, each legendary instrument pushing reality to its breaking point. The reverse bape. Mario Starr's eyes were now pulsing in sync with every heartbeat in the building, turning 3,000 strangers into one harmonious entity. "Dad," I whispered into the mic, feeling him somehow through the star's energy, across oceans and hospital beds. "This one's for every power star we never got to catch together." That's when it happened. The guitar's pattern began spreading beyond its body, the reverse star growing brighter and larger, its black eyes watching over the entire arena. Every screen in Bonnie's setup exploded with impossible readings as the quantum monk started translating pure consciousness into sound. "The frequencies," Bonnie called out, her voice trembling with both fear and wonder. "They're not just joining, they're becoming something else entirely." Tommy's Elements voice created physical manifestations of our journey. Cave darkness swirled with desert heat. Mountain winds danced with deep water pressure. The drums spoke in the voice of every environment we'd ever recorded, each beat reconstructing reality around us. Ronnie's Foundation. Walker hit a note so deep it seemed to touch the bedrock of existence itself. "Feel that?" she shouted. "That's the frequency of truth itself." The crowd wasn't just watching anymore, they were part of this transformation. Every person's emotional frequency became visible, creating a tapestry of human experience that filled the air like the northern lights. "Look at the stars' eyes," Tommy called through our monitors. "They're showing us something." Through those black eyes, reality itself began to shift. Past, present, and possible futures all existed simultaneously. Every frequency we'd ever mapped, every truth we'd ever faced, every heart we'd ever touched, all converging in a moment of pure transcendence. The breakthrough. The moment everything shattered was both silent and deafening. Through the reverse bape star's eyes, I watched reality fracture and reform. Every power star I'd ever caught with Dad, every frequency we'd ever mapped, every heart we'd ever touched, all existing in a single eternal moment. "The star," I gasped, watching its pattern ripple through actual space-time. It's not just remembering games with Dad anymore. It's remembering everything. Everyone's everything. Bonnie's quantum monk began translating these cosmic memories into visible mathematics. The air filled with equations of pure emotion, grief spiraling in golden ratios, joy expanding in Fibonacci sequences, love expressing itself in quantum entanglement. "The instruments aren't just playing anymore," she called out, her voice carrying equal parts awe and terror. "They're reaching through time itself." Tommy's Elements voice drums sparked a chain reaction. Each element we'd recorded, cave darkness, desert heat, mountain air, deep water, began manifesting physically in the space. People found themselves simultaneously in every environment we'd ever mapped. Ronnie's Foundation Walker hit frequencies so profound they seemed to restructure DNA itself. "These aren't just sound waves," she shouted over the cosmic symphony. "They're the original vibrations, the ones that shaped the first matter." The crowd started experiencing multiple versions of their lives simultaneously. Past choices, future possibilities, all woven together by these legendary instruments. Some wept, some laughed, some stood in perfect stillness as reality rippled around them. Through it all, the reverse bape, Mario, Star, guitars, black eyes watched. not just reflecting light anymore, but seeming to channel something from beyond normal existence. Each note I played rewrote the rules of what music could do, what reality would allow. Hold on to something, Bonnie warned, her screens showing impossible patterns. The frequency barriers are about to the cosmic resonance. As reality reassembled itself around us, a new understanding dawned. Through the reverse Bape Star's eyes, I glimpsed something that changed everything. Frequencies that existed not just on Earth, but in the cosmos itself. Listen, Bonnie said later that night, her quantum monk detecting patterns from above. The stars, they're not just burning, they're singing. We gathered in the chamber, our legendary instruments still humming with interdimensional energy. The screens showed astronomical data, pulsars, quasars, black holes, each with their own cosmic frequency. Every celestial body, Bonnie explained, her hands moving across crystalline circuits, has its own song. The space between stars isn't empty. It's filled with frequencies we've never dreamed of mapping. Proper mental this is, I said, watching the reverse Bape Mario star guitar's eyes track these cosmic harmonies. We went from mapping Earth's frequencies to finding the universe's playlist. The idea took shape naturally, our most ambitious project yet. We'd use these legendary instruments to translate the music of space itself. Each cosmic event would become part of our composition. Pulsar rhythms for Tommy's Element's voice. Solar wind harmonics for my reverse Bape Mario star guitar. Black hole frequencies for Ronnie's Foundation Walker. Quantum vacuum fluctuations for Bonnie's monk. We're not just making an album anymore, Tommy observed during meditation. We're creating a bridge between ground and sky, between human music and cosmic symphony. The Celestial Sessions. We started at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Proper surreal, watching my reverse Bape Star guitar reflect off all that sophisticated equipment. The scientists had this massive array of radio telescopes, each one tuned to different celestial frequencies. Each star system has its own signature, Bonnie explained, her quantum monk already starting to translate astronomical data into audible patterns. Like fingerprints made of sound. They played us the raw recordings first. Pulsars beating like cosmic drums. Solar winds howling across space. The deep bass rumble of black holes swallowing light. Our legendary instruments began responding immediately, even before we touched them. Look at this, Ronnie said, watching her Foundation Walker vibrate in harmony with the black hole's frequency. These cosmic rhythms, they're like the deepest blues ever played. Tommy's Element's voice started mapping pulsar beats, stars spinning hundreds of times per second, creating rhythms that made Earth's music seem simple in comparison. It's like the universe has its own heartbeat, he said, his drums synchronizing with celestial patterns. But it was when they showed us the data from the spaces between stars that everything shifted. The reverse. Bape Star's eyes began pulsing with new light, matching frequencies that had traveled billions of years to reach us. Bloody hell, I whispered, watching starlight patterns dance across my guitar's finish. Old Joe was right again. Some frequencies really are older than time itself. The Star Songs. The first recording session was like nothing we'd ever attempted. JPL's main control room looked more like a cosmic cathedral, screens showing star maps and nebulae, while our legendary instruments hummed with interstellar frequencies. Right then, I said, watching the reverse Bape Star's eyes pulse in sync with a distant pulsar. Let's see what space sounds like. Bonnie's quantum monk moved beyond Earth's mathematics entirely. The crystalline circuits began processing patterns from the edge of the observable universe. These harmonics, she breathed, they're not just from distant stars. They're echoes from the beginning of everything. The Foundation Walker found its voice in the deep space between galaxies. Ronnie's bass lines matched frequencies that existed in the cosmic void, creating harmonies that made people's inner ears tingle. "It's like playing a duet with infinity," she said, her fingers dancing across strings that sang with vacuum energy. Tommy's Element's voice transformed completely. Each drum became tuned to a different celestial rhythm. Supernovas in the kick drum, neutron star collisions in the cymbals, the steady pulse of binary stars in the toms. "Listen to this," I called out, as the reverse Bape star began translating the light from a star cluster into pure sound. The guitar's eyes weren't just glowing anymore. They were projecting actual star maps onto the control room walls. A NASA physicist monitoring the session whispered, "Those patterns, they're identical to the ones we've been detecting from GNZ11, the most distant galaxy ever observed." "We're not just playing space sounds," Bonnie realized, watching her screens light up with ancient harmonics. "We're playing the story of how everything began. The galactic movement." The piece began taking shape, a symphony in 4 movements, each exploring a different cosmic scale. Our legendary instruments seemed to evolve with each session, reaching deeper into space's mysteries. "First movement is the solar dance," I explained. "The reverse. Bape star's eyes tracking our own sun's harmonics. Each planet's orbit creates its own frequency. Mars, blues, Jupiter jazz, Saturn's rings singing like cosmic wind chimes. Bonnie's quantum monk captured Venus's atmospheric pressures, translating them into dense, swirling harmonies. The morning star has its own kind of synthesis," she said, her fingers dancing across crystalline keys that glowed like miniature suns. For the second movement, pulsar poetry, Tommy's Element's voice really came alive. Each drum became synchronized with a different pulsar, creating rhythms that no human timekeeper could match. "These stars," Tommy said during a break, "they're spinning hundreds of times per second, but they never lose their perfect rhythm. Makes my Buddhist training seem a bit simple in comparison." The third movement, Nebula Dreams, saw Ronnie's Foundation Walker mapping the frequencies of stellar nurseries. Her bass lines carried the sound of stars being born, while the reverse Bape star's pattern shifted to match these cosmic birth frequencies. "Proper creation music this is," I said, watching new harmonics emerge, like hearing the universe's first lullaby. But it was the final movement, Event Horizon, that pushed our instruments to their absolute limits. We attempted to translate the frequencies of a supermassive black hole at our galaxy's center. "These patterns," Bonnie breathed, watching her screens show impossible mathematics. "They're not just bending sound, they're bending space-time itself." The galactic premiere. We chose the Atacama Desert in Chile for the first performance, home to the world's most powerful telescopes. Set up right beneath the clearest night sky on Earth, our legendary instruments already humming with stellar frequencies before we played a single note. "Look at the star pattern," Bonnie said, watching my guitar's finish shift beneath actual starlight. The reverse Bape star's eyes seemed to be communicating with the cosmos itself, each constellation reflecting in its black gaze. "Never seen readings like this," she continued, her quantum monk's crystals glowing with unprecedented patterns. "It's like the instruments are tuning themselves to the universe's own key." Tommy's Element's voice started responding to meteor showers overhead, each shooting star creating new rhythms in his drums. "The sky is playing us as much as we're playing it," he said, watching his cymbals shimmer with reflected starlight. Ronnie's Foundation Walker began picking up frequencies from deep space, her bass lines carrying messages from distant galaxies. "Feel that!" she called out. "That's the sound of light that left its source before Earth even existed." The moment we began the first movement, something extraordinary happened. The reverse Bape star's eyes projected actual solar frequencies into the desert air, visible waves of stellar harmony that matched our sun's own music. "Bloody hell," I whispered, watching cosmic patterns dance between my strings. Dad would never believe this. From catching power stars in Mario to catching actual starlight. The telescopes around us began picking up unusual signals. Astronomers monitoring their instruments reported unprecedented patterns in the data, as if the cosmic frequencies we were translating were being answered by something out there. The cosmic call. When we hit the second movement, pulsar poetry, the desert night came properly alive. The reverse Bape star's eyes began tracking actual pulsars overhead, each stellar heartbeat matching Tommy's rhythms perfectly. "The instruments," Bonnie called through our monitors, her quantum monk creating crystalline patterns that mirrored constellations. "They're not just playing space anymore, they're communicating with it." The Foundation Walker's frequencies started reaching so deep into space that Ronnie's bass lines were creating visible ripples in the air, like waves on some cosmic ocean. Each note carried echoes of galaxy clusters, starbursts, ancient light. But it was during Event Horizon that everything changed. As we approached the movement's climax, the reverse Bape star's eyes began pulsing with a light that wasn't just reflected starshine, it was something else entirely. "These readings," Bonnie's voice carried both excitement and fear. "They're showing responses from somewhere. Something out there is answering our frequencies." The telescopes around us went mental. Astronomers started shouting about signal patterns they'd never seen before. The legendary instruments were somehow tapping into something beyond our understanding. "Hold tight," I called to the band, watching actual space-time begin to ripple around us through my guitar's star eyes. "Think we're about to learn what old Joe meant about frequencies older than time." The desert air filled with visible harmonics, not just our music anymore, but some kind of cosmic response, as if the universe itself had decided to join our band. The cosmic response. The moment it peaked, every legendary instrument began channeling something beyond Earth's comprehension. The reverse Bape star's eyes were properly glowing now, not with reflected light, but with something that seemed to come from the beginning of time itself. "The patterns!" Bonnie shouted over our monitors, her quantum monk crystalline circuits nearly overloading with data. "They're forming some kind of language, like the stars are trying to speak through our frequencies." Tommy's Element's voice drums started creating rhythms that matched cosmic events in real time: supernovas, gamma ray bursts, stellar collisions. "It's like the whole universe is keeping time with us," he called out, his drums pulsing with otherworldly energy. Ronnie's Foundation Walker tapped into something at the edge of reality itself. Her bass lines weren't just playing notes anymore. They were mapping spaces between dimensions. "These frequencies," she breathed, "they're older than the stars themselves." Through my guitar's star eyes, I watched impossible patterns form in the desert air. Every power star I'd ever caught with Dad seemed to merge with actual stellar energy. The black eyes of the reverse Bape pattern weren't just watching anymore, they were revealing. "Look up," I heard someone shout. Above us, the stars themselves seemed to be pulsing in sync with our music. The astronomers were going proper mental, their instruments detecting signals unlike anything they'd recorded before. "It's not just signals," Bonnie said, her voice full of wonder. "The frequencies, they're teaching us something about where all music really comes from." The desert night had become a symphony of stars, each constellation adding its voice to our cosmic collaboration. We weren't just playing space anymore. Space was playing us. The universal truth. In that moment of cosmic connection through the reverse Bape stars' all-seeing eyes, everything we'd learned about frequencies finally made sense. It was never just about Earth's elements or urban rhythms or liminal spaces. Those were just echoes of something far more profound. All this time, I said, watching stellar frequencies dance between my strings. We thought we were mapping Earth's music, but we were really learning to speak the universe's first language. Bonnie's quantum monk began translating these cosmic revelations into comprehensible patterns. "Every frequency we've ever mapped," she called out, her crystals pulsing with starlight. "They're all just different dialects of this original harmony." The foundation. Walker's deep space frequencies revealed how everything connected. Through Ronnie's bass lines, we could feel how desert winds and stellar winds, cave echoes and cosmic background radiation, mountain heights and orbital mechanics, all followed the same fundamental laws. Tommy's Elements voice drums weren't just keeping time anymore. They were tracking the heartbeat of creation itself. "The universe," he said, his rhythms matching distant pulsars. "It's been trying to teach us this song since the beginning." The astronomers' data showed something unprecedented. Our frequencies weren't just reaching into space. They were awakening harmonic patterns that had laid dormant since the cosmic dawn. The legendary instruments were somehow remembering the universe's original symphony. "Bloody hell," I whispered, watching the reverse Bape stars' eyes pulse with ancient light. Old Joe knew, all those years ago in Deep Ellum, when he talked about frequencies older than time, he wasn't just talking about the blues. He was talking about this, the cosmic evolution. All our previous music suddenly felt like practice for this moment. The reverse Bape star's eyes began showing me frequencies that existed before the first stars formed, the original power-ups of the universe itself. "Every frequency we've mapped," I said, watching cosmic patterns ripple through my guitar. "Caves, deserts, mountains, cities. They're all playing parts in this bigger symphony. Like how every Mario level was teaching us something about the power stars waiting at the end." Bonnie's quantum monk started receiving patterns that made quantum physics look simple. "These aren't just space frequencies," she called out, her crystalline circuits glowing with impossible light. "They're templates, the original scores that taught matter how to become stars." Tommy's Elements voice found rhythms that existed between time itself. Each drum spoke with the voice of cosmic events, supernovas in the kick, black hole, mergers in the toms, the birth of galaxies in the cymbals. The elements we mapped on Earth, he realized, they were created in these rhythms. Through the Foundation Walker, Ronnie discovered bass lines that held galaxies together. "Dark matter," she said, her strings vibrating with invisible forces. "It's not just matter we can't see, it's frequencies we haven't been ready to hear." The astronomers' instruments began detecting responses from deeper and deeper in space. Each legendary instrument seemed to be awakening something that had been sleeping since the Big Bang. Listen, I called to the others, as the reverse Bape star's eyes tracked something moving between the stars. The universe isn't just letting us play its music anymore. It's teaching us its next evolution. The awakening, the reverse Bape. Star's eyes started showing frequencies that made my hands tremble. Through those black cosmic windows, I could see patterns that existed before light itself. The sheet music of creation. It's like every power star Dad and I ever caught. I breathed, watching ancient harmonies flow through my strings, was just practice for reading these cosmic notes. Bonnie's quantum monk began translating signals from the edge of the observable universe. The crystalline circuits pulsed with information that made her screens overflow with impossible mathematics. These aren't just random frequencies, she called out. They're instructions. The universe is trying to teach us its next movement. Tommy's Elements voice drums started channeling rhythms that seemed to come from outside time itself. Feel that, he shouted over patterns that rippled through reality. That's the tempo of evolution, the beat that taught the first atoms how to dance. The Foundation Walker tapped into something so deep it made Ronnie gasp. Her bass lines weren't just playing music anymore. They were mapping the scaffolding of existence. These harmonies, she said, they're like the universe's DNA. But it was through the reverse Bape star's all-seeing eyes that we glimpsed what was really happening. The cosmos wasn't just sharing its music, it was preparing us for something. Each frequency carried fragments of a larger pattern, like puzzle pieces of some grand universal design. Old Joe knew, I said, watching starlight bend through my guitar's finish. When he said some frequencies were older than time, he was trying to tell us where all music really comes from and where it's meant to go next. The next movement. Through the star eyes of my guitar, reality itself seemed to be offering us a new score to play. Not just Earth's music, not just cosmic harmonies, but something that existed between all frequencies. The space where creation was still composing itself. Look at these patterns, Bonnie called over our monitors, her quantum monk's crystals pulsing with impossible light. Every frequency we've ever mapped, from deep Ellen blues to black hole harmonics, they're all part of some larger composition. The Foundation Walker began picking up bass lines that seemed to come from the future itself. Ronnie's fingers moved across her strings like she was reading tomorrow's music. It's like the universe is showing us its next evolution, she said, her notes bending space around us. Tommy's Elements voice started channeling rhythms that existed before drums, before planets, before stars had learned to spin. The cosmic heartbeat, he called out, his kit pulsing with primordial energy. It's not just keeping time, it's writing new time. The reverse Bape. Star's eyes tracked something moving between dimensions, patterns that made those old Mario power stars seem like practice runs for this cosmic game. Every note I played seemed to unlock another level of reality. Proper mental this is, I breathed, watching actual starlight bend around my strings. Like every frequency we've mapped was just teaching us the basic chords. Now, the universe wants us to help write its next song. The astronomers' instruments were going absolutely mental, picking up signals that shouldn't exist. Harmonies from before the Big Bang, rhythms from after the last star burns out, melodies that lived in the spaces between what we thought was possible. The Stellar Symphony, the reverse. Bape Star's eyes began showing me something proper extraordinary. Not just spaces existing music, but its next movement waiting to be played. Like how Dad and I used to find hidden levels in Mario, but on a cosmic scale. These frequencies, I called to the others, watching impossible patterns dance through my guitar's finish. They're not just from the past or present. They're templates for what music's meant to become. Bonnie's quantum monk started translating patterns that made quantum physics look like nursery rhymes. The crystalline circuits hummed with information from beyond the edge of known space-time. It's like the universe has been composing since the Big Bang, she said, and now it wants us to join the band. Tommy's element voice found rhythms that existed before drums were even dreamed of. The original heartbeats that taught galaxies how to spin. Each beat, he called out over synchronized pulsar patterns. It's not just keeping time, it's creating new time. The Foundation Walker tapped into something so profound, it made Ronnie's eyes shine with starlight. Her bass lines mapped spaces between reality, frequencies that taught the first matter how to form. We're not just playing space music anymore, she breathed. We're helping space remember how to sing. Through the reverse Bape Star's cosmic gaze, I watched as each note we played added to some grand universal score. Like every power star ever caught, every blues lick learned, every frequency mapped, they were all just preparing us for this symphony. Old Joe, I whispered, feeling his presence in these stellar harmonies. You magnificent bastard. You knew all along where the music really came from. The universal score. The moment we began playing the new patterns, everything changed. The reverse Bape. Star's eyes started projecting actual sheet music into the desert air. Notes made of starlight, rhythms written in cosmic rays, harmonies drawn from dark matter itself. It's like the universe's own Mario theme, I called out, watching stellar frequencies dance between my strings. Every power star we ever caught was just teaching us to read this language. Bonnie's quantum monk began processing patterns that made her previous calculations look like simple arithmetic. Her crystalline circuits pulsed with information that seemed to come from beyond the boundaries of known physics. These aren't just space frequencies anymore, she shouted over frequencies that bent light itself. They're instructions for what music can become, what reality can become. Tommy's element's voice transformed completely, each drum becoming a channel for forces that shaped the first stars. The rhythms, he called out, his kit resonating with primordial energy. They're not just keeping cosmic time, they're teaching time how to flow differently. The Foundation Walker tapped into harmonics so deep they seemed to reach the universe's bedrock. Ronnie's bass lines weren't just playing music, they were restructuring the fundamental forces that held reality together. Remember when we thought mapping Earth's frequencies was mental? I said, watching the reverse Bape Star's eyes track something moving between dimensions. Now, we're helping the cosmos compose its next album. The desert night became alive with visible music, constellations rearranging themselves to match our harmonies, space-time rippling with each chord. Progression, reality itself dancing to this new universal groove, the stellar revelation, the reverse Bape. Star's eyes began pulsing with a light that seemed to come from the dawn of time itself. Through them, I could see something that made all our previous frequencies look like simple nursery rhymes. Bloody hell, I breathed, watching cosmic patterns flow through my strings. Every level we've played, caves, deserts, cities, stars, they've all been teaching us about this moment. Bonnie's quantum monk started channeling mathematics that existed before numbers themselves. Her crystalline circuits glowed with impossible information, each note containing libraries of universal knowledge. The cosmos isn't just letting us play anymore, she called out over harmonies that bent starlight. It's teaching us how reality was composed in the first place. Tommy's Elements voice drums began keeping time with the universe's heartbeat itself. Each hit synchronized with stellar events, supernovas, black hole mergers, the birth of new galaxies. These rhythms, he said, they're older than atoms, older than light. Ronnie's Foundation Walker tapped into frequencies so fundamental, they seemed to hold existence together. "Feel that," she called out as her bass lines mapped spaces between dimensions. "That's the sound everything else comes from." Around us, the desert air filled with visible music, actual notes made of starlight, chord progressions drawn in cosmic rays. The astronomers' instruments were recording patterns that rewrote everything they thought they knew about space. "You know what's proper mental?" I said, watching the star eyes track something moving between realities. Dad and I used to think catching power stars in Mario was exciting. Now we're catching frequencies that taught the first stars how to shine. The universal truth. As reality warped around us, the reverse Bape star's eyes revealed something beyond my previous understanding. Through those black star windows, I could see how every frequency we'd ever mapped was connected, like finding the master level of some cosmic game. "Look at this," I called to the others, watching impossible patterns dance between my strings. Every power star Dad and I caught, every blues lick old Joe taught me, every frequency we've mapped, they were all echoes of this original song. The Quantum Monk's crystals began pulsing with information that made Bonnie's hands tremble. "These aren't just space frequencies," she shouted over harmonies that bent light itself. "They're the original code, the mathematics that taught the universe how to exist." Tommy's Elements voice found rhythms that existed in the spaces between seconds. His drums weren't just keeping time, they were showing us how time itself was composed. "The universe's first heartbeat," he called out. "It's still echoing, still teaching matter how to dance." Through the Foundation Walker, Ronnie discovered bass lines that held reality together. "These harmonics," she breathed, her strings vibrating with forces older than gravity. "They're not just holding galaxies in shape, they're teaching space how to grow." The reverse. Bape Star's eyes tracked something moving through dimensions, patterns that made quantum physics look simple. Each note we played seemed to unlock another layer of cosmic understanding. "You know what's mental," I said, watching starlight bend around us. All those years being Bobbie Dangerous, thinking I was pushing boundaries. Now we're learning how boundaries were first composed. The cosmic purpose. The reverse. Bape Star's eyes began showing me not just what music was, but what it was meant to become. Each pattern carried echoes of future frequencies, like reading tomorrow's sheet music through today's starlight. "It's all connected," I called out, watching cosmic harmonies flow through my strings. Every frequency we've mapped, from deep Ellen blues to black hole symphonies, they're all parts of some grand universal score. Bonnie's Quantum Monk started translating patterns that existed beyond the edge of known physics. Her crystalline circuits hummed with information that seemed to come from before the Big Bang itself. "These frequencies," she shouted over harmonies that bent reality, "they're not just songs of creation, they're templates for the next evolution. The universe is teaching us how to help it compose." Tommy's Elements voice found rhythms that pulsed between dimensions. Each beat carried echoes of cosmic events yet to happen. "The drums aren't just keeping time anymore," he called out. "They're showing us how to write new time." The Foundation Walker tapped into something so profound it made Ronnie gasp. Her bass lines weren't just playing space, they were mapping paths through its future. Every note, she breathed, it's like reading the universe's diary. It's hopes for what music can become. Through the star's black eyes, I watched actual reality begin to shift and transform. Each chord progression we played added new lines to some cosmic score, like we were helping the universe remember songs it hadn't written yet. Remember when I thought being dangerous meant jumping off amp stacks? I said, feeling old Joe's presence in these stellar harmonies. Now we're helping the cosmos learn new tricks. The universal composition. The reverse. Babe Star's eyes started projecting something beyond music, like a cosmic video game where each frequency unlocked new levels of reality. Watching those black eyes pulse with ancient starlight, I finally understood what being properly dangerous meant. This is mental, I called to the others, watching stellar harmonies dance between dimensions. Every game Dad and I played, every blues old Joe taught, every frequency we've mapped, they were all teaching us the basics. Now the universe wants us to help write its next chapters. Bonnie's quantum monk began channeling patterns that made her previous calculations look like primary school maths. The crystalline circuits glowed with information that seemed to flow from both past and future simultaneously. These aren't just space frequencies anymore, she shouted over harmonies that bent light itself. They're instructions. The universe is showing us how to help it evolve its own music. Tommy's Element's voice transformed each drum into a conduit for cosmic forces. His rhythms weren't just matching stellar events, they were suggesting new ones. Feel that? He called out. We're not just playing along with space anymore, we're jamming with it. The Foundation Walker tapped into something so deep it made Ronnie's eyes shine. Her bass lines mapped paths between what was and what could be, each note creating new possibilities in the cosmic score. Think about it, I said, watching the star's eyes track something moving between realities. Started out trying to be dangerous with stage dives and motorbikes. Now we're helping the bloody universe compose its future hits. The universal jam, the reverse bait, Star's eyes locked onto something beyond normal space-time. Like when Dad and I would find a hidden warp zone in Mario, but on a cosmic scale. The guitar's black eyes weren't just watching anymore. They were showing us where the universe wanted its music to go. It's like the biggest jam session ever, I called out, watching impossible harmonies flow through my strings. Earth's frequencies were just the warm-up band. Now, we're playing with the headliner. Bonnie's quantum monk started creating mathematical patterns that shouldn't exist yet. Her crystalline circuits pulsed with tomorrow's equations, each note suggesting new laws of physics. The cosmos isn't just letting us copy its frequencies, she shouted over harmonies that bent reality. It's teaching us how to write new ones, like it's been waiting for someone to help it compose. Tommy's Element's voice found rhythms that seemed to come from future evolution itself. Each beat didn't just match cosmic events, it proposed new ones. These patterns, he called out, his drums resonating with possibilities. They're like the universe's rough drafts. Through the Foundation Walker, Ronnie discovered bass lines that could reshape space-time. Feel how the harmonics change, she breathed, her strings vibrating with creation itself. We're not just playing space anymore. We're helping it imagine new ways to exist. Around us, the desert night became alive with visible music, constellations rearranging themselves to match our experimental harmonies, reality rippling with each new chord progression we suggested. Old Joe would proper love this, I said, watching the Star Eyes track our cosmic collaboration. He always said music was bigger than us. Never mentioned it was teaching the universe new tricks though. The creation song. Through the reverse Bape Star's black eyes, I watched as our music began affecting reality itself. Not just playing cosmic frequencies anymore. We were writing new ones, teaching the universe fresh harmonies like old Joe once taught me the blues. Think about it, I called to the others, watching starlight bend around my strings. Started with power stars in Mario, moved to stage dives with beautiful disasters, then mapped Earth's frequencies. Now we're composing with creation itself. Bonnie's quantum monk began channeling information that made her previous cosmic patterns look simple. The crystalline circuits pulsed with possibilities that shouldn't exist yet, like tomorrow's physics, trying on new equations. These aren't just space frequencies anymore, she shouted, her screens showing impossible harmonics. We're helping the universe brainstorm. Each pattern we play suggests new ways reality could work. Tommy's Elements voice found rhythms that seemed to come from evolution's future drafts. The cosmic heartbeat, he called out over drums that resonated with creation. It's not just keeping time anymore, it's exploring new ways to flow. The Foundation Walker tapped into something so fundamental it made Ronnie's eyes shine with starlight. These bass lines, she breathed, her notes bending space-time. They're like the universe's sketchbook. We're helping it practice new songs. Above us, the cosmos itself seemed to be listening. Stars pulsing in sync with our experimental harmonies. Space-time rippling around each new frequency we suggested. You know what's proper mental? I said, watching the star eyes track something moving between dimensions. This is what real danger feels like, helping the universe learn new tricks. The manifestation, the reverse. Bape Star's eyes started showing frequencies that made reality itself hold its breath. Through those cosmic windows, I watched as our new harmonies began actually changing the way space-time flowed around us. Bloody hell, I breathed, watching stellar patterns dance between my strings. It's like teaching the universe to play jazz, showing it how to improvise with its own laws. Bonnie's quantum monk began translating these new possibilities into visible mathematics. Equations that wrote themselves in starlight above the desert. Her crystalline circuits hummed with information that seemed to come from some cosmic future. Look at these patterns, she called out, her screens pulsing with unprecedented harmonics. We're not just suggesting new frequencies anymore. The universe is actually trying them on, like testing new outfits. Tommy's Elements voice started channeling rhythms that hadn't existed before our session. Each beat created ripples in reality, teaching time itself new ways to dance. These aren't just cosmic rhythms anymore, he shouted over patterns that bent light. We're helping the universe develop new moves. The Foundation Walker discovered bass lines that seemed to restructure the foundations of reality. Ronnie's fingers moved across her strings like she was rewriting gravity's rulebook. Feel that shift? She called out. That's space-time learning new grooves. Above us, stars began moving in ways that made the astronomers' instruments go mental. Constellations rearranged themselves to match our experimental harmonies, like the cosmos was eager to try these new songs. Remember when Dad and I used to find secret paths in Mario? I said, watching the star's eyes track something forming between dimensions. Now, we're helping the universe discover its own hidden levels. The new reality. The reverse. Bape Star's eyes began pulsing with a light that seemed to come from every possible future at once. Each chord progression we played wasn't just suggesting new cosmic harmonies. It was actually bringing them into existence. It's like what old Joe always said, I called out, watching impossible patterns flow through my strings. Music isn't just about playing what exists, it's about imagining what could be. Just didn't realize he meant it on a universal scale. Bonnie's quantum monk started channeling frequencies that made her previous cosmic mathematics look like simple addition. The crystalline circuits glowed with patterns that showed reality testing new possibilities like a massive cosmic experiment. These aren't just theoretical anymore, she shouted over harmonies that bent space itself. The universe is actually adopting our suggestions. It's learning to play in new keys. Tommy's Element's voice found rhythms that seemed to exist in spaces where time hadn't learned to flow yet. Each beat opened doorways to new possibilities, teaching cosmic forces fresh ways to dance. The drums, he called out, they're not just keeping the universe's time, they're helping it write new time signatures. Through the Foundation Walker, Ronnie discovered bass lines that restructured the very fabric of space-time. These harmonics, she breathed, her strings vibrating with creation's potential. They're like watching the universe learn to freestyle. The astronomer's equipment was recording patterns that defied every known law of physics. Stars moved in impossible ways, responding to our new cosmic compositions like eager students learning fresh scales. You know what's proper dangerous, I said, watching the stars' eyes track reality's transformation. Not just playing with fire anymore, we're playing with the forces that invented fire. The next evolution. The reverse. Bape Star's eyes began tracking patterns that existed somewhere between what was and what could be. Each note we played seemed to teach the universe new ways to dance. Like those nights in Deep Ellum when old Joe taught me blues scales I didn't know were possible. Watch this, I called to the others, as starlight bent around my strings in impossible ways. Remember how power stars made Mario invincible? We're teaching the cosmos how to power up. Bonnie's quantum monk started channeling frequencies that made black hole harmonics sound like nursery rhymes. Her crystalline circuits pulsed with information that seemed to rewrite physics itself. The universe isn't just listening anymore, she shouted over waves of reality-bending sound. It's learning. Each pattern we suggest becomes part of its new vocabulary. Tommy's Element's voice discovered rhythms that existed before time knew how to flow properly. Feel that syncopation, he called out, his drums speaking in tongues of pure creation. That's the heartbeat of what comes next. The foundation. Walker tapped into something so fundamental, it made Ronnie gasp. Her bass lines weren't just playing cosmic frequencies. They were suggesting new laws of nature. These harmonics, she breathed. They're like teaching gravity new dance moves. Above us, the desert sky became a canvas for these new possibilities. Stars moved in patterns that shouldn't be possible. Galaxies swayed to rhythms they'd just learned. Reality itself seemed to hold its breath between our notes. Remember when I thought being dangerous meant riding motorcycles across stages? I said, watching the star eyes track evolution's next movement. Now we're teaching the bloody universe how to headbang.